I already know you.
We're live. I hope everyone who's here with me is ready to be live. I'm going to just tell you right now, I have no idea what I'm doing.
I love the name you gave the stream.
Oh,
I
what
just
name
got
did
the
you-
notification. That's amazing. My town is froze over, so I'm going to crochet instead of going adventuring.
Yes.
That's
Nice.
great.
I mean, it's true.
That's just bonus points.
And that's like pretty much my whole state is all frozen. The icy roads, they're asking everyone to stay off the roads.
Same here, but the hubby didn't listen because I need to beat him with a stick.
I mean, there's that. So, because we were planning today to go out on the back roads and live stream it so that people could essentially go on a drive with us.
Oh.
And when we
That
thought,
would be
because like
fun.
I find going driving to be very inspiring for my creativity, especially my writing, but pretty much anything really. And so we wanted to be able to give that to everyone else. However, the bridges are all iced in my entire state. So
That really sucks. Hey, Sako, are you still hearing double, or is it gone?
So that's what we're doing instead. Was I was like, well, I got something to crochet.
I need to order those crochet needles. I've had like the Amazon page up since we talked about it, and being the lazy, stupid idiot that I am, I have not ordered them.
I was so sure that you were already like crocheting and everything. I guess I lost that bet.
Oh no, like if there's a thing that can be procrastinated, just bet on me to have been doing that. Because I'm just the ADHD is real, y'all. Like
Okay. Yeah.
so real.
I mean, it is so difficult sometimes to get in gear, isn't it? And I mean like Herculean effort.
Yes.
Just to do the most basic stuff. So, like, there are days where I'm like, I frankly deserve a tiny trophy for like brushing my teeth and doing any amount of like going to the bathroom on a normal time span.
Yes.
Instead of waiting, 3 hours after I needed to go before I went. Like, that's the problem that I have encountered. And
Today
it's not just hypothyroid.
Today I have the attention span of like I guess I would say like a goldfish with a disco ball constantly spinning over its head with all the mirror lights going everywhere and a cat trying to get after them. Like that's like the inside of my head today. I have so many things I want to do and none of them are like real.
Wow.
So, yay.
What are the things you wish to do that are not real? Like, are they imaginary?
Well, some of them are just impossible because of the state of the world. Like today's my sister's birthday, and I really want to spend the day with her, but she's over 1,000 miles away, and I can't teleport. Damn it!
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. That
And
makes
she's got a new puppy, and I really want to play with the puppy. But
Oh, puppy.
it's a golden retriever lab cross
Oh.
Aw.
that they got for as a rescue pup, and it's so cute. It's so cute. Oh.
Aw.
Cheerful introduction.
And it's already smart enough to know how to escape from through the fencing that they put up to keep it in the living room.
That's so cute. Hi, Steph, and hi, BA. BA finally got the power back. Yay!
Yay!
Yes.
I don't know what I would do without power. I need power. I have so many electricity things.
Many rolling blackouts yesterday. I was just living in fear that they were going to get down to us because we have a gas heater, but it has an electric starter on it, and if the electricity goes out, it won't turn on.
That's cold.
Yeah.
What's happening in there?
I would be genuinely worried. Like, we have electric heat here. And thankfully, though, our electric company has worked very hard over the last decade to bury all the lines. Otherwise, I would be like so stressed about losing electricity. Okay. So I have now finished one fingerless glove. Working on the next.
Woo.
I mean, I still have to sew it, but you know.
Our electric company is convinced that snow, frost, and ice are a persistent illusion that we just use to like bully them into doing things that we pay them money for.
Oh god. Oh goodness.
Anyhow, how can I do this?
Yeah, like our pipes froze today though.
Oh, no.
It's the hobby.
Oh yeah, I am not thrilled.
Oh,
It's the hobby.
that's so cute.
Look at that sweet baby.
What a. Oh, you want to
I
play with?
just want to kiss his face. It's so adorable.
Come on.
Aww. With the wheel face.
It was so hard trying to find a picture that didn't have my niece in it because I did not ask her permission to show her on a live stream.
Right.
Like, there's got to be one picture here without your face in it. Because if you have a doggy like that, you hold it up to your face and you go.
Oh, where did you did the hello? Look at this cuteness. So BA's been able to charge their Kindle. That is awesome.
Yay.
Oh yeah, I have 2 new books to read.
Okay.
I
I
could be.
highly recommend everybody think about getting battery packs if they haven't thought about it before. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm getting
I
too
realize I
distracted.
don't know where ours are.
How are the Sims doing?
They're doing. I'm getting too distracted by the conversation, so I'm going to disappear from here.
Okay. Y'all are all too awesome, and as your punishment, you lose me. Bye.
I just wanted to keep listening to you guys and not.
I know, it's because we're fabulous. I get it.
So hi, Stephanie. Bye-bye. I might return.
You think that's hard? You try crocheting.
Oh God, I wouldn't be able to do it.
Like, wait, how many stitches is this? 1, 2.
See, when I crochet, I don't even follow a pattern. I just like crochet until it looks good, and hopefully it turns out. But I only make like hats, scarves, and blankets. I don't make anything like fingerless gloves or anything super fancy like that.
Okay, at the risk of removing all the magic or the little bit of magic I may actually possess, y'all, this is a fingerless glove. It is a longer washcloth that you then sew the top and the bottom and a little bit of the middle together it's.
Hey,
This
I
is
made
not
my
fancy.
mom I knitted my mom a quilt that was basically washcloth patterns because they make perfect squares for a knitted quilt.
Right. And like
They're already a square pattern.
Honestly, I gotta admit, the way that I cope with my ADHD is I have to always have something else that I want to do so that I can get myself to do the thing that I've been procrastinating. Of like, no, you can't work on this till you finish this. Which is the actual reason I'm trying to finish Charlie's fingerless gloves today. It's because I saw an idea for a tarot deck holder. And I was like, ooh, I totally want to work on this design. And I'm like, no, you can't do that till you finish the other project. And so that is my motivation.
It's good motivation.
So that is like how I like deal with myself. And, because the tarot deck that Tom did not realize he got for me. Wait, I'm holding it upside down.
Oh.
Yeah, he did not buy it for me, but he bought it for me now. And Kat had talked about crocheting a bag or something for it. And it has like these lovely cards.
Ooh. So pretty.
I'm just a trash person and I keep mine in a Crown Royal bag.
And so I was like, well, see, speaking of Crown Royal bags, I do have my own version of a Crown Royal bag that I crocheted. But it doesn't, like, it fits. But, like, I don't know. It's just okay. See, like, it doesn't quite, it's almost.
Doesn't quite close.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I was Googling crochet patterns for tarot deck because I'm like, surely I am not the only person that's ever wanted to crochet something for a tarot deck. And I'm not. And someone had this really cool one. Let's see if I can figure out how
Any more glories can we have on screen? Yep, yep.
Okay. Okay. So, share. Is it showing it? Yes.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, it's this one.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, do you see, like, it's got a pocket here.
Mm-hmm.
And
then it wraps
Space
around.
for a 3-card spread.
And, like, all it is a very long washcloth, if you really think about it.
Yeah?
Because it's just a long piece. You crochet and then you sew the corners, the edges right here.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's like, and I mean, you could do a little thing here, then you make it some ties and it's all pretty. It's done.
That's really cool.
And I was like, oh, this is so simple. I do want to do it. And so, yeah, that is my motivation to, like, finish a previous project so I can get on to the next project.
Nice.
I of course, like, I want to make mine bigger so that since this one comes with a book, I want to include the book because I do not have this kind of thing memorized. I don't know what I'm doing. Are you kidding? So that is the next project. Oh wait, there's a whole bunch happening in the chat. Holy cow! Can you tell that ADHD doesn't really have object permanence? I'm just a cat. I'm just a cat. Okay, let's see who's here. Oh, Eva's here. Hi, sweetie. And it says, I started new projects to avoid the one that has to get done. Yes. This is how I work around myself. Oh, who could that be? Yep, just chilling here. Yes, I had a very lovely person donate so I could have the paid StreamYard account. I can't imagine who could that be. Literally sent me cash. Well, not literally, but digital cash, so that I could just go ahead and pay for the StreamYard subscription today.
I do wonder what awesome, wonderful person who has been the secret benefactor of so many people in AuthorTube that could be. And if you're not blushing yet, I will keep going on.
I mean, yeah. So, who also was talking to me in chat on in private chat earlier today, and I was like, well, the roads are frozen and the pipes are frozen, so I guess we're not going out. Maybe I'll crochet. And they're like, you should totally do it on Twitch. Oh, here, let me quickly send you some money so you can go ahead and get that subscription. I'm like, I mean, if you ascended, I guess I can't procrastinate that any longer either. Hence, here we are today.
Woo.
So, thank you. Let's see. Okay. Oh, and Jules is here. Hey, sweetie. I agree. Everything really is just washcloths with frills. I love the idea of just making everything a flat plane and then you just sew edges. We're done. I like it. It takes
I
very
can
little
find
thinking.
any more clothes I like that's going to be like the whole aesthetic I'm going to go for. Just like cutting out rectangles and stitching the sides together and poking my head out.
Exactly. I mean, honestly, that's really what everyone was doing with the kitty hat that everyone was wearing for the Women's March.
Yeah.
That's what it is if you knit, you can't do corners, like curves. So they just knit a long piece and then sewed the seam up and then did the top, and that's where you get those corners that make the little kitty ears. That's it. So, and then there were all the crocheters who were like, oh, I want to do that too. And it's like, it's just literally a plane. It's just a two-dimensional surface. So, hello, Renee. How are you? I think Renee, I met on Stephanie's stream like a little over a week ago.
Yeah, I think that's right. That's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. She did her first stream, or I don't know if it was her first stream, but I caught her doing a live stream earlier today.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I got like the last 5 seconds of it. I got to say hello and goodbye.
That's
how good at it I am.
I got the beginning of it, and then I got pulled away, as is always the case.
Nice. Yeah. Let's see. Y'all could have got hookers. I don't how you spend your money. Glad to see them. I mean, that is true that in the crochet world, we call ourselves hookers. Since you need the hook, baby. Yeah. Ken says you're all welcome. Our lovely benefactor. I took up sewing for a hot minute. Everything was just a pillow, which is really just 2 washcloths. Yep, it really is. Yep, those hookers.
Sure, you did. I know, at least in my mind, I went to the Big Game musical, which if anybody has not seen it, I highly recommend it.
Mhm.
But like the most heartbreaking moment in there is he hires a prostitute to just hug him.
Aw.
Like there's this moment in there that like he doesn't want to have sex, he doesn't want to do anything dirty or naughty, he just wants a hug. And like he hires, and like every time I hear the word hookers, I think about that scene. Like it melts my heart. That is a really good version of I Want to Be a Slut from Stephen Sondheim in there. That's like amazing.
I mean, but yeah, too. So, what's everybody doing today? To chill or craft or keep their sanity? Maybe? I don't know. Is it possible? I don't know.
I wanted to take the day off, and then the hubby went to work against my better judgment, and I was like, fine, I can do that too. Yeah. And then I've just been like staring at this thing that I refer to as in my outline. And it has gotten some intense staring.
Intense staring. I mean, that is a mood. Yeah.
No, I've put a couple hundred words into it, but it's like...
So my husband is home and he's playing a game, and the kids love to watch him play his game on the big TV screen, which would be the perfect time for me to like write my book, right? But instead, I'm listening to you guys and I'm updating my all my links and stuff in my YouTube description, so they're all accurate, and I don't have to keep on typing in every time. I can just like copy and paste from a Google Doc or whatever.
Oh, nice.
It would save time. I don't know why I hadn't done that before, honestly.
I haven't done it either, so
Oh, okay.
you're not the only one. I need to do that though, because it's so helpful, but I don't like doing what's good for me.
Sometimes I use organizing like folders and files as a form of procrastination.
Yes, that's what I'm doing, really. I'm just procrastinating.
And I mean, I don't think of that as like a bad type of procrastination. I consider that like a positive form of like, well, I'm getting something done. What you need, Tom?
I love that because technically, like for the one project, I consider it world building because I'm just shuffling around all the pictures that I've made that I've never shown anybody because I like hoard art and graphics and just like, no, I'm just trying to figure out exactly where everything should go. So it's technically work.
Yeah.
Technically.
I don't know if it's been good for my mental health, but I've been on social media, on Twitter, and going through that, just reading through.
Anything good or interesting?
Not really. A lot of depressing stuff.
Oh,
I
so
follow a
still-
lot of
yeah.
like disability activists, and a lot of them are talking about the death count, and it's all very sad.
Yeah, I saw one article from The Guardian about the rate of COVID deaths there is like 2/3 of them are people with learning disabilities. 2/3 of all the COVID-19 deaths are people who've been already diagnosed, which I think learning disabilities is how in the UK they label like Down syndrome as well as I think autism is also labeled as a learning disability versus here in America, we tend to call learning disabilities like they're not necessarily like, so for instance, dyslexia is a learning disability, but it doesn't require people to be institutionalized.
Mm-hmm.
I think they, it's been so long since I've taken any of my special education classes, but like in America, we had a slightly different kind of term for like a level of Down syndrome where people were not able to fully care for themselves on a daily basis. So I don't know. But nevertheless, it is still an absolutely terrible, frightening statistic.
Mm-hmm.
Because so a lot of these people are living in care homes with the elderly, which we think of primarily for elderly, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But for the vaccinations, the elderly in these care homes were given the vaccine, however, not the other members who are younger with learning disabilities. So they're still exposed.
It's unfortunate. Needs to be rectified, but we need to work on getting the vaccines out in general, just getting them out to more people.
I mean, there's inherent ableism in the way people approach how to prioritize health.
Mm-hmm. Like in California, where they deprioritized people with certain health, chronic illnesses. I can't remember all the details, but they that's another thing that the activists I follow have been talking about a lot is California's not letting certain people on the list who needed to be on the list. They took them off the list. They had initially been on the list, and then they took them off the list. That was the problem.
Like immunocompromised people?
Yeah, I think so. The words in my brain are not connecting very well right now, so
it's kind of a difficult thing to wrap our mind around. Because like on the surface, people are like, oh no, we want everyone to be okay and we want everyone to like have all the medical attention that they need. And yet when there's limited resources, it's, but you're not like healthy already. So not you.
There's this belief that there isn't the quality of life there if they're not healthy enough already, that we need to overcome as a society, that idea.
Can I just say that, like, while we live in a capitalist hellhole, nobody's allowed to talk about quality of life because, look, my life would be better if I could have access to, like, pain meds and stuff that would, like, actually make my life better, but I can't afford them. But you look at the quality of life of somebody who just, like, was born into wealth, and it's so much better. Like, quality of life is a subjective thing. You can't just, across the board, state somebody's quality. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, as well as like again the like defense among people, policymakers has been, oh, but see, like if we, they may not never be able to be a fully productive member of society, so we can't afford to invest medical care in them. And it's like people's value is more than their productivity.
yeah, like what does that even mean? You know what I'm saying? Like, what is being productive to society? Like, my niece has Down syndrome. She has a lot of health issues. She's also one of those people that will make everyone who knows her's day better.
Mm-hmm.
And like, she improves everyone else's quality of life simply by existing, because she gets bored and just starts like texting really cool pictures to people to be like of the stuff that she knows that you like, just to like cheer you up and have a good day, right? Like that is so valuable, but there's not a monetary value that you can assign to that.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. But like she's helping other people do the things that they want and need to do every day.
Yep.
By, bolstering their, emotional health, their emotional and mental well-being. Like that is something, but again, people have this idea, well, oh, it can't be measured. Okay. It cannot necessarily be measured in a linear fashion, but there's a lot of our world that cannot be measured in a linear fashion. And there are other ways to measure, such as rubrics. And that way you can measure people's happiness, people's emotional and mental well-being. Those are measurable in rubrics, but again, it's not a linear measurement. But like, I think the vast majority of policymakers are like, what's a rubric? Like, versus like in the education world, we use rubrics all the time because of the problem with you can't measure.
Ooh.
You okay, Tom? You can't measure like how much a student is really enjoying and capturing the joy of a particular subject in a linear fashion. You can't measure that. Mm-hmm. But you can measure that in a rubric, because you can simply even ask them as part of your rubric, how much are you enjoying this subject? How, on a scale of say 1 to 10, how likely are you to continue researching the subject independently for your own interest? That there are ways to measure these things that we can actually over time meter, but you've got to take a little bit of a side turn, if you will, in order to do it. And yet they're just clinging to these old fashioned measurements that frankly are rather detrimental to our society.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is like a real sewing circle or crafting circle, because like we're just like making cute little things, or well, I am anyway. It's a sewing bee, but like on the other hand, like all the ones I've ever been a part of, like we would have these deep and interesting discussions about life issues, global issues, everything. Like this very much reminds me of like every craft circle I've ever been a part of.
Yeah, I feel like 30 to 50% of like all of the streams that I do is trying to talk people into detaching their sense of self-worth and how much they value the art or creativity they do from how much they expect to make from it financially. Because it's such a detrimental thing, because you'd never know. Like if you would have told me that a story about a quasi-abusive orphan boy from England would make an author $1 billion, I would have laughed at you. But I saw it happen.
Yeah, true. You are right.
I mean, you can try to dissect that and see what made it special, how come it took off when it did, and what have you. The answer is Ruby Dust. It was magic. Like it hit the market at just the right time, and kids were ready for that story. Like it's not special. I remember reading books like that when I was a kid, but they never went huge.
Same. Mm-hmm. Like Mildred the Worst Witch and all of those, they were so similar it wasn't quite lightning in a bottle. That's all. I've had a ball of yarn puke. Be careful out there. I love you and I want you to survive and come home. There you go. That is
Blinkerbell would like to know when your birthday is, Glory.
it is in May. I celebrate the whole month. All right, I'll find it. Some of these smaller balls, they don't quite pull out nicely like the bigger skeins.
Mm-hmm.
And I had it vomit on me. All right, I'm going to find this end. I love this stuff so much. This sparkly guy. I am totally, after I get done with the fingerless glove, what?
May 1st, got it.
May 1st, 10th.
I mean, you're not that far off.
It's got extra vowels in it.
Okay, so we don't, we normally just don't celebrate my birthday because every friend who's ever actually tried to celebrate the actual day has had terrible things happen. It's kind of a terrible curse on people, so we don't tell people for their own protection.
You're starting to sound like me now, Glory.
Oh, I thought we were related. Did we not establish this somehow spiritually at least? We are siblings? I could have sworn, but that was...
I mean, this is an inverse and opposite thing, because very rarely does anything good happen to me on my birthday. Like, holidays and birthdays, I don't leave the house if I can keep from it.
Yeah, I mean, I've had friends' cars light on fire while they were trying to come see me for my birthday. We were going to go to the movies, and they're like, I'm so sorry, I'm an hour away on the highway. My car is literally in flames.
Oh, my goodness.
And I'm like, please stop doing things on my birthday. I cannot handle the guilt, let alone the damage.
Shortly after the hubby and I got together, we were out at a restaurant on my birthday, and his car got totaled in the parking lot because a drunk went through really fast and just rammed the back of it and crushed it into a little cube.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, I get this. I feel this.
I know. I don't know what it is, why it's like this, but, Tom's is the same way. So for his, we just celebrate in June.
And we watched it happen because we were sitting at a table where you could see the car.
You watched
We just both happened to look out and just watch the car get smooshed.
Oh, no.
I can walk home from here. How are you getting home?
Oh, no. Well, I guess I'm glad y'all weren't in the car when it happened.
Oh, no, that was another friend of mine. 72 car wrecks with that one person. 72. We were in 72 wrecks, most of which were minor. One involved a telephone pole, but the car won. 1972 Volvos are no joke.
Oh, yeah. No, those are tanks.
Yes. We spun out on some ice and hit a telephone pole and took the telephone pole down. There was a slight crack in the dashboard from where my knee rammed into it. But other than that, the car was fine. And we were kind of okay.
I'll go say, how did your knee go? Because I know Volvo dashboards.
Oh, no, it was so, sun bleached that it, cracked a graham cracker.
Mm.
It was not.
Okay. Am I, okay, so much has happened in the chat. Oopsies. Because Tom was running it from the other room. Sorry. If y'all see something, just say something.
I have been trying to keep up with it for you.
Because I'm just yarn.
Well, I feel like this is the job, why Jace, one of the reasons Jace has me on his stream, so he can play the game and I can color commentate from chat.
Yes. Be the color commenter. We need that. Tell us how pink and blue everyone is. Or oh.
So Tom's birthday is June 3rd or June 6th, according to the Eva.
It is in June. I think he listed on Facebook as June 12th, but that is not the actual date. Again, because we wish to protect everyone who loves us and that we love. So.
I don't know what exactly it means, but I kind of want to start a podcast called The Official Guest Selection. I really like that word. I've never seen that spelled out like that, and I kind of want to like, hello and welcome to The Official Guest Selection.
Guest selection. I like that.
What would the official guest selection be? What would we do for that?
A bunch of people talking about something that we have no rights to talk about, just like guessing at like how to solve like today on today's issue, world
the
hunger.
social
Let's
life of
solve it.
octopi. Let's discuss.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Actually, I've actually researched octopus a lot because of the
That doesn't
Today I saw a
literally have
video
a whole
of a-
Telegram group with like sexy pictures of octopus. So anyway.
Today I saw a video of an octopus just punching a fish.
I
Just
know.
because it could.
Octopus are so funny. They're truly sentient. I genuinely believe that, or at least the majority of octopus are.
So I was just reading something that said that octopuses their ability to dream either means that our ability to dream came from like way back in our evolutionary cycle, I guess you would call it,
Mm-hmm.
or it's something we developed independently of each other, but it just has something to do with intelligence, whether you dream or not, which is also equally fascinating.
Yeah, because we know that the brain does really fascinating things when it dreams. Like any brain, not just human brains. Like, because dogs dream, octopus dream, like a bunch of animals dream.
Mhm.
And that we know that it's like cementing memories happens in dreaming for some, and also skills get permanently stored during the dreaming process, and they also get reviewed during the dreaming process. But like, for instance, things like muscle tone gets improved, if you will, retoned in dreams. So there's all sorts of fascinating biofeedback going on in the nervous system with dreaming, and it's useful for any species that does it. But yeah, not all species do it. So don't you love watching animals dream? I love it when they're little paws.
I love watching my dogs dream,
Yes.
especially when they bark in their dream and they're like, yeah.
And I'm like, you go get those squirrels. You tell her. Mm-hmm.
One of my cats kind of barks while she's dreaming. I don't know if she's confused because she was raised around the dog, or if she was like a dog in a former life and having a flashback. I don't know which it is, but she'll sit there and her little paws will start going and she'll just go, woof, woof. Like, you should be barking. You're a cat. What's going on with you?
Well, I mean, cats have already learned the human language. They make all those meows for us. They don't do it for them. So it would make sense. Why not also learn dog while you're learning human? I love this purple so much. I'm planning to make myself a hairband.
It's so pretty.
I love it. It's
Such a pretty purple.
with the sparkles.
Mhm.
Oh, the sparkles speak to me.
Mhm.
Yes, love it. I mean, and it'll match that purple shirt I wore yesterday. And I'll be all matchy and so pretty.
So my entire two of my books completely got destroyed today by David J. Bradley's new video, and not I'm not going to write them. It's just I'm questioning how I want to write them completely, because I highly recommend it. I've been talking about it all day. If you've not seen Alone, Not Alive by David J. Bradley, it's a queer reading of the Sondheim musical company. And it's fascinating because he is ace and discussing a musical about why marriage is bad, but everybody has to be in a relationship because that's how life works. If you've never seen Company, that's the plot.
Oh, yeah, I have had the misfortune, because I love that song, The Ladies Who Lunch.
Yeah.
I first heard Barbara Streisand sing it in the Philippines, you cannot take a taxi without hearing either Barbara Streisand on the cassette player or Celine Dion. Like these are, I did not make these laws. They are just laws. And that is how I got very familiar with Celine Dion and Barbara Streisand's back catalog. Anyway, Barbara does this amazing version of the Ladies Who Lunch.
She does.
Like, at least on this one cassette that like half of the taxi drivers in Manila had. Anyway, and it got me so interested. I actually like looked up more of the stuff because when I found out, what is it? Ellis? No. It was the lady who actually got really well known for Company. She played Jack Donaghy's mother.
Elaine
in 30
Strict.
Thank you.
Elaine Strict.
Elaine Strict. And then when I found out she was involved, I was very interested. And then I was very disappointed when I actually watched the Company instead of just listening to the soundtrack.
For anybody who hasn't seen it, they actually did a charity version of it on YouTube starring Neil Patrick Harris.
Oh, I love him so much. He's so good.
So if anybody actually wants to see like the actual musical, it's up on the YouTubes, and any money it makes off of ads and stuff go to charity. But
Oh, nice.
In the fiction that I've been working on, I've been trying desperately to, I don't even know what the proper language is here. Like, imagine a world free of, heteronormativity and heterotemporality is like the two things I've been trying to eradicate from most of my fiction. And which, for anybody who doesn't understand those things, cis heteronormativity is the idea that everyone is default their gender and obviously straight until proven otherwise, and interrogated ad nauseum until they finally either give up and just go, fine, I'll go back in the closet, or defiantly stand up and be like, no, the hell with you.
Amen.
And heterotemporality is a real problem in society for a lot of people. And that is basically your life is valid because you hit all of the cis straight milestones of you had your first kiss at a certain age, often during a certain school dance, and you lost your virginity often at a certain age at a school dance, because a lot of these things are tied to school dances.
Yes, these ritualistic fertility rites. Anyway.
Yes. That you went to college and you had your period of debauchery, and then you got married and you settled down and you had 2.5 kids that you raised, and then you were a good grandparent, and then like that these are what makes, these are the phases that all life has to go through. And because that is the cultural expectation. And so I've been trying to rid my fiction of that, not out of protest, but just in an attempt to like imagine a world where that's not the expected default.
Mm-hmm.
And he introduced me to the concept of a motto. How was it phrased? I want to get this right, because I actually I found the actual article where the person who coined the term defined it. A motto normalization, which is the idea that the ideal relationship for people to exist in is a romantic one. And the actual article where the term was coined is really interesting in that it goes into the law and how many rights only come into being once you are in a legally recognized romantic relationship.
Yes.
And as somebody who's listening to somebody who's ace and gray romantic, which is so far from my own understanding of the world, I'm fascinated. It was really interesting hearing him talk about his experience of this expectation, and suddenly having this moment of, oh crap, I'm a romance writer, kind of. Like, even the stories that I write that aren't strictly speaking romances often do have a romantic subplot just because they do. And like my head has like devolved into this place of like, am I part of the problem? Am I
I mean, but these are legitimate questions.
Yeah.
Of, like, did I ever mention to y'all how I realized that I was following some of my early romances from before Author 2. I was following a lot of these heteronormative ideas, only I was not writing heteronormative stories.
Yeah, I don't know if
I was internalizing this.
Yeah, you and I have talked about that, but we talk a lot, so
Yeah.
I don't know if that was on a stream or
I
not.
know. And like, I can't remember. I know, like, it's like, so many. But yeah, that, here I was trying to write these, like, I was internalizing all this heteronormative romance when I was definitely not writing heteronormative romances. And I was like, what am I doing and why? And I just had to stop, like, writing it for a little while to rethink what to really kind of examine what I was doing and why before I could go back.
Yeah, because like most of my work in progress, they have ace arrow characters in them, and I've been very conscious about doing that. And then, of course, I find myself going, are they just token ace arrow characters in this alloromantic world where they are the exception that proves the rule, that they're there to acknowledge the existence of aberrations? Like that one gay character that's included in the cishet romance story to be the best friend of the heroine who's trying to get the most evil of the two guys, which I've never understood that trope. But anyway, like it's really made me question a lot of how I am writing ace arrow characters and how I'm writing romance in general.
I've been wanting to do more ace arrow characters, but again, I'm like been cautious about it because, like, I don't want to mess it up. I don't want to give them a bad shake. But I absolutely love the idea of, like, ace being a normal part of fiction.
Mm-hmm. Of
why should there be any, push for adults to be sexual or romantic? Like, there's so much more to life than just that facet or those facets of our existence. But it is hard to shake. There's so much of this internalized.
And like, I just saw so much of, like, I don't know, I think one of the reasons why I've been, like, screaming from the rooftop about this all day, like sharing it on social and stuff, is like I want to talk to as many people because it's a thing that I hadn't even thought about. And yeah, Jules, like, I get it. Like, I didn't hit any of those milestones either. Like, I didn't have my first kiss until I was like 21 years old. And I lost my virginity long before that, but that's not part of the discussion right now. It's just, but there's such a pressure put on people to live in that world. And I don't want to feed that problem, like, it's that whole thing. Like, once you see it, that's all you can see. And I'm kind of having that moment right now where it's like somebody taught me how to see kerning in romantic relationships, and now all the faults are terrible and I hate them. That's such, like, a geeky joke.
All right, I need to go feed the puppies. I will be right back.
All right. Hello, CB.
Hi, CB. Oh, by the way, Blinker Bell, if you say something, wait, you have said something. All right. Because I was like, wait, she's not a mod. Here, let me make something so she can actually post links. Or not. Why won't you let me do things?
Yeah, she said, it's easy for me to agree with you as someone in a very content romantic department. It's not enough, but it does seem to be the thing people think will fix everything. Yeah, like that's like, because, like, next January I will have been married for 25 years. And because of that, so many people presume that, like, my life's all together because I've been with one person for that amount of time. And it's like, that's not how relationships work. That's a Hallmark movie. That's not real life, you know? And
True. I really loved the friendship that Anne had in Anne of Green Gables with her best friend.
yes.
That, you know, they're bosom buddies. And I definitely thought that that was like the pinnacle of friendship and like to me when I see content where Ace or Arrow folks are talking about, you know, French, why is there not just more of this kind of friend? That's what I always think of is that beautiful kind of pure relationship Anne had with her best friend. I mean, you could tell that their relationship was a lifeline to both of them growing up because
Yep.
it's never easy to be a girl, let alone a teenage girl on a frickin' island in Canada. They definitely had their challenges, and that relationship is what kept them going. But I've reread the book several times. I've never caught much of like any kind of sexual tension between those two. It was just pure friendship. And that's what like I endeavor, like I when I'm like, I want to write those kind of characters, that's what I think of. Is that pure friendship, that pure kind of friendship relationship they had.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know if other people would agree with me, and maybe I really have no idea what like good Ace Arrow portrayal is, but like to me, that's like, yes, that's the kind of Ace Arrow relationships I want to read about.
It's like one of my favorite shows until like literally its final season was Warehouse 13. And the reason I don't like the final season is they caved to the shippers and had Pete and Micah have a romantic relationship, which made absolutely no sense at all. Mm-hmm. They just knew that it was their final season. And so they basically had a sibling relationship. Like they referred to each other as brother and sister. And like it was such a familial community, like it was such a wholesome, wonderful, like non-romantic thing that made the show special, because that's how all those shows end up, right? If there's a boy and a girl together, they're going to be together at the end. And it was so disappointing. Like I remember watching the last season like watching a train wreck in slow motion, as they literally had to do an episode to retcon their entire relationship just so they could end up romantic at the end. And prior to that, they would have been like the gold standard I would have held up, because their relationship was so real. But it didn't have any of the sexual tension. It had none of those romantic undercurrents. And then, of course, that just had to get ruined at the end. Because, you know, the shippers will ship. And that's the thing. The shippers will ship no matter what.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't understand this. Sorry if y'all can hear the cats outside. Poor kitty can't get love. Sorry. This cat. But like it does drive me nuts that every time there's a male and female, they've got to make a romance or a sexual relationship. And it's just like, why can't they just be really good friends? It's totally fine. No one has to kiss.
Because like other relationships that I've thought about, like including like I never see non-sexual romantic relationships in stories. And as somebody who's actually in a couple of those, like they exist. Like there's no sexual tension in the whole thing, but we get together and we hug on each other, we kiss on each other. Like we have to explain to, especially one of them's boyfriend of the season, that like, no, not a threat. That's totally never happening. Like, ew. Like,
Yeah.
Ew. No.
I got you.
Hey, Tom.
Tea, no milk.
Tom's back. He made it back alive.
Yay! Tom lives.
Yay, Tom lives.
But yeah, I agree with all. Eva says all love stories are tragedies. Romance isn't a love story. Romance is a theme, though. Yeah. So in my fantasy, she continues, which is Dusty from City. The main character is I'm going to murder that name, Konda. She is close to Cusick. The romance wasn't in it, and Alpha thinks maybe I should add it, but I disagree. And see, that's the thing. There are some characters that I am working on that I know should have a romantic, like in the one work in progress, the one that I was actually planning on working today until I watched the video that completely wrecked me. Like, I know one of the relationships in there is a romantic but non-sexual relationship. And those do exist. That is a thing. And the other relationship is very much a friendship that has none of those romantic overtones in it. And it's all up to, like, whatever you think serves the story better. Like, and yeah, if they don't want to get married at all, don't have them get married. But yeah, do what's best for your story, Eva. Like, don't. I'm working on a rewrite of one of my older books just because I have problems with the original one, but I like the book enough. I want to give it a redemption run. And I know from all the readers that have found out that I'm doing this, that have contacted me, they want them to end up together at the end of the trilogy. And I'm just like, that's not going to happen. Like, I know that you thought their relationship was cute and all, but like, honey, he's a serial killer. That's not a thing.
Maybe the characters, though, need to have conversations about this, though.
Oh, no, that's
why they're not going to end up together, or at least conversations about what makes them incompatible. Yes, dear. What you want?
It's messed with me the way the camera's positioned.
Oh, my technical producer says no. Y'all get y'all a technical producer. Hold on, it's a little off. Okay, there. That's better.
Because your face is just messing.
I know it is messing with me too. Oh, the dysphoria. I'm like, I swear, my forehead's not that huge. I swear, believe me.
You can't do it.
Now y'all can see my granny hands up close.
See, CB says, I'm writing the most frustrating scene in the story, Tony and Pepper's wedding.
Aww.
Weddings are always horrible to write. I'm just saying they're worse to live through, but they're horrible to write.
I gotta be honest, if someone doesn't cry out of frustration, it's not a proper wedding. There, I said
Agreed.
Someone, and not like, oh, it's so beautiful. No, they have to cry out of frustration. Someone has to get so frustrated because it's a party with a purpose is the problem.
Yep. I would have, but somebody pulled me aside and may have had me inhale some sweet leaves that were possibly on fire, so that I was incapable of getting to that place.
I wish I had that as an option for either of my weddings.
I didn't know that was an option for the wedding until like somebody just walked up to me and went, "You're too stressed," and pulled me into a bathroom. And I was like, honey, I don't know what you think's going to happen, but no. And then the next thing I know, I was like, oh, okay.
I couldn't even get Xanax. And I had 4 different doctors attending my second wedding. Could not even get his Xanax. What the heck? Anyway. Yes, Tom's back, so the corporate takeover has begun.
Hello, Maggie.
Hey, Maggie.
but I know that this is the story I need to be working on because I'm literally dreaming in it again.
Yeah,
So that's like literally where my mind and imagination is. But I don't. I don't know where to take it because I feel like I'm betraying my own ideals for what this story is supposed to be.
You know what you could do is you could write a couple scenes like about your musings right now with these characters, and that doesn't mean it ever gets in the final cut.
That's true.
And then if you want to later, share that as like an extra or deleted cut or whatever, you could always do that. So it's not that it's a purposeless writing, but it for fans, it would give them a nice little, here's another option, that sort of thing. So it's still useful.
Well, this poor story has already been kicked so many times because I thought I'm not stupid enough to think that I created something original, but like one of the magical people that's in the story, I thought like I spent a lot of time designing. And then I watched a random YouTube video about Slavic mythology, and they were like, here's that thing that you thought you created that exists, and there are words for it, and you did a little bit wrong, and people are going to think that you just don't understand what this is. I went, oh, crap. And so now I have to figure out, am I going to change the thing that I created into that thing, or just like let people think I'm stupid?
You could just write it out both ways or all ways. That's honestly like my advice to CB about wedding prep is, okay, so here's what I would honestly say. Literally just at least outline what are you doing, Tom? Anyway, y'all, I love him, but what are you doing? Anyway,
Actually, Tom, in this view, if you move me to the bottom where Megan is, because I'm just a bobbling
good point.
head,
That way we can see Megan's beautiful smile.
Everybody on camera.
Y'all not love Megan's smile because I love Megan's smile. Here, let me see. I think maybe there. Wait, I was like, but CB is like, do a quick outline of like everything that happens, and then look at each point and go, how can I make this go wrong? And then write that as an offshoot. And then you could write out that stuff. Because honestly, that's probably more honest of how weddings go. Is, you've got your thing like the bride gets dressed in the morning or whenever. And, maybe the bridesmaid will help her with her hair and someone will help her with her makeup, right? And then the cake shows up and the officiant shows up and everybody gets seated. These are the normal progression of a wedding, right? And every point, then write out how it could go wrong instead, and then write that. That's the wedding. And I promise you, it will be so realistic, even though, Pepper and Tony
are private investigator shows up to give you the dossier that your totally straight, not into you friend has created for you to realize why this marriage should not go forward to object to it. Yeah, then it's really no, not the Tugwaddles. Tugwaddles, to my knowledge, are still like an us thing.
I think the internet just blinked over here.
That blinky internet.
Yeah, because even my Roku blinked, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" Okay. I told Tom he would one day end up as my videographer. I just was not expecting it this way. I mean, I'll be honest, in my early 20s, I wanted to be a movie director. And I wanted Tom to be my cinematographer. Mostly because he's also really great at lighting as well. So Tom understands my visions. And Tom was like, you really think someone's going to give you money to make a movie? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe.
Got to Kickstarter it.
To say the least. Yes. Have them have a huge fight. That's very on brand for all human weddings. Also, the more people show up, the more tension there is for some reason. It's not like people are even trying to make tension, but for some reason it's like that.
Yes, so what's this movie idea?
Oh, God, y'all, like, you making me dig up old ideas from like 15 years ago.
You brought it up. You can't just get our interest up and then leave us hanging.
She wouldn't be Glory if she didn't do that.
The what?
The one we did the treatment for?
Oh, Loser Story?
Oh, there's a treatment?
Yeah. Although I think one of my mom's dogs stole the notebook and took it under the house and ate the book. No, for real. Like, she was a semi-evil dog, it turned out.
Sweetie, you really expect us to believe the dog ate your treatment?
I know! But it was this, like, 10-page handwritten treatment. It took us about 5 hours to write out. Tom and I did, like, we did it in the middle of the night. And it was called Loser's Town. And, I mean, yeah. Well, yeah, okay, that was the original movie I wanted to shoot. Because, like, I figured I could actually shoot it in small southern towns. And it would, like, for filming, and it would work.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, since there's plenty of, like, abandoned main streets and stuff here in Mississippi, so.
Oh, yeah. Same here.
So, yeah, so there's this story, and the main character, we did this, 5 hours of writing. We thought we were doing an outline, but it turns out later that is called a treatment in Hollywood. Because we didn't know. And, oh, wow, I am potato. Okay, anyway, and so we never named the actual character. We couldn't settle on a name for him. So we just, throughout the whole treatment, he's just called Loser. I'm sorry. I still feel bad for this character that I've still never named him. Like, I feel like a bad mom. But he's from out of town, and he works at the local movie theater. And no one really knows anything about him, but he's a nice guy. He's young. And it turns out he's been sleeping in the movie theater at night, like when everybody leaves. He sleeps, like, in there, or he sleeps in his car behind the movie theater, and he sends all his money home to his mom. And what happens over the course of about a week and a half is his various work friends and their friends, essentially the young people in this small town, so there's not that many, figure out what's going on, or at least some of what's going on. And they try to reach out to him, but, the truth is he's not used to people being nice. Oh, gosh, this sounds so autobiographical. And so he gets very nervous. So we essentially get to meet this town along the way, like, as we go to each scene.
You want to talk about some of the different restaurants and locations?
So there's both a Captain D's and a Long John Silver. And they are positioned across the street from each other, facing each other. And people are not, the thing about small towns is they are allowed to get as quirky as they want to be, since there's very little outside influence. So I think it's the Captain D's has a real cannon on the roof. And the manager, the owner / manager of the restaurant keeps going up there and quoting Moby Dick at the other restaurant. And they're like, we're not going to take this. And so then they, like, get up on the roof and start yelling stuff. Anyway, it turns out that the guy who owns the one restaurant has a crush on the manager of the other restaurant. And he keeps calling her his white whale, and she's, like, at first offended, but then she's like, all right, well, if you want to catch this one, God, mess.
I love it.
Great character in here somewhere.
Yeah, there's this is the town that has the gay dog groomers who are also little people who have made a cart
off already.
where their full-size poodles pull the cart so that when they go to town parties.
Oh, they're very fabulous.
They're fabulous. They're fabulous dogs.
I will watch just that.
I mean,
They're fabulous too. I mean, they are a gay couple.
so the poodles are decked out and color matching their outfits for each town party, and they just ride the poodle cart on the sidewalk. So technically, it's not drunk driving. So that's how they get to and from parties, because they are fabulous, and also everyone loves the dogs because I mean they're poodles. I mean, they're gorgeous poodles who have are wearing gorgeous color matching out anyway. So, it's just a town that really welcomes quirky characters. It very much is modeled after the town we grew up in as teenagers, Oxford, Mississippi. That really did encourage everyone to just let their freak flag fly.
Then there's the Chili Willies.
Chili Willie's is the ice cream parlor. And it's run by most of the cheerleaders in town. That's how they do their fundraisers and stuff. However, one of the football players that one of the cheerleaders was going out with had a terrible caramel accident. So every time the football players are coming in to get some ice cream, the girls have to hide the hot caramel machine quickly before he comes in and has flashbacks of the caramel. So it's an accommodating town, and everyone's allowed to be as quirky as they want to be. So anyhow, yes, this town gets down to figuring out what is going on with our main character. The book club that's held a...
The stalking tendencies.
Okay, so the ladies' book club meets across the street from the florist, because after hours, the florist likes to do all his arrangements shirtless. I don't remember who's the florist played by.
Tell me more.
Oh, yes, Lee Pace. The florist is played by Lee Pace without a shirt on.
Nice. Yes,
Just
tell
apron.
me more.
Just an apron. I mean, because he's still got to, trim the roses. But, yeah, they don't really hardly discuss the books.
These days?
They just watched out of the picture window. They watch him in his... Oh, CB's shown up on Twitch. Awesome.
Hey, that's not CB.
That's CB. CB's our pepperoni fan.
I agree with Maggie. When are you going to write and produce this?
Yeah.
Because I already want the spin-off about the dog groomers. So,
Yes.
you got to get the
So
first
the dog
one done.
groomers are, what's his name from Game of Thrones? And
Peter Dinklage.
There's so many people from Game
Peter
of Thrones.
Dinklage.
Peter
And the
Dinklage.
other guy from Weirdsville, Jordan something. Nobody's ever seen Weirdsville? Okay, y'all should really check out Weirdsville. It's a fantastic Canadian movie.
Canada gets too much real estate in my brain as it is. If they're not going to hook me up with some of that sweet, sweet health care, they're going to have to wait until I open up some space for them.
All right, let's see. Where is Jordan Prentice? That is who I have cast in my mind because he's really cute. But that is who I have cast as the two dog groomers. And also, I like the dog groomers because dog grooming is, in my from what I've seen, it's a job that is very accessibility friendly. Because I have seen dog groomers who had all sorts of, I don't know how to say, but accessibility needs, and they have all been able to make it work. Also, dogs are fantastic.
He was Valentine on Lost Girl.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
I have full references of voice and everything now.
Yeah, so that's my casting. Yes. Yeah, I think the owner operator of the Captain D's we had cast as Samuel L. Jackson. And the manager of the Long John Silvers is Kathy Bates, is who we cast. Granted, I just want y'all to remember this was 15 years ago when we wrote this treatment.
Holy crap. He was Howard the Duck in Howard the Duck.
Yes, he was. He was a child, and the labor laws that they broke. quite questionable. Hi, Carrie.
Not that I'm like stalking his IMDb page.
But I'm just saying, yeah, like he's so talented.
CB says Samuel L. Jackson with or without the eye patch.
You know, I would frankly leave it up to Sam. However he wants to play it, I'm open to. But, you know, I imagine he would probably want the eye patch because, you know, actors love to work with props. And again, like, it's a town that really does welcome quirks and people, like, just being themselves. And that means accessibility needs and all. Just, this is a town that rolls with it. It was we very much based it off of the town we grew up in as teenagers. Oxford, Mississippi really was like, yeah, just be yourself. It was fantastic.
Hello, Carrie.
But he swaps eyes. Oh yeah, that would be fantastic. Like the character is really just playing a role, but still has no depth perception because
Like our mom's dog.
yeah, our mom had a dog, a different dog than the one who ate my notebook. Who he would have a hurt paw, but he could never remember which one. But it didn't matter. It did not matter which paw. She would still give him an extra hot dog or, you know, an extra half sandwich. If she was making herself a sandwich, he would get a half sandwich because his paw hurts. He needs, I'm like, stop feeding this. Anyway. Even he couldn't remember which paw it was hurt, but yeah. Those two were made for each other.
That's funny.
Oh, it's just too good.
So yeah, the guys at the movie theater and the other places that they work, they get together and they find out that the guy is sleeping in the movie theater. So, you know, they invite him to come move into their place and at least, you know, sleep in the living room on the couch so they could find a bigger house to rent. And like, dude, it's like $7,500 a month for everything. Like, just move in with us.
Yes, every scene a different eye patch.
That would be funny.
Like, would anyone notice? Like, would other like viewers notice?
I had a friend who had a prosthetic eye and like a full-on glass eye, and he ended up ordering like 8 different ones that were different colors and designs so that when he was at parties he could change them out constantly. He would just like disappear and come back with a different eye and act like people were crazy.
That's funny.
Yes, I love it. I love that. He's got a backup patch.
Always has an extra in his pocket.
Just in case.
I need this movie.
Me too.
Or even if we can't do a movie, we gotta hook you up with a graphic artist and at least make a comic. Because
Yeah, at least,
make
something.
an amazing graphic novel.
Mm-hmm.
I would love it even as just a graphic, because like to me, graphic novels are like the printed version of movies. You know, they're very cinematic,
True.
and I absolutely love that about graphic novels.
Because it needs the visuals. Like,
Yes.
I need to see inside the groomer's place. I need to see this. I need it so bad. You have no idea.
That's how I felt about it. Oh yeah, the greenhouse nursery is run by a former retired CIA agent who has not quite left his former job behind. So he keeps like seeing double agents everywhere, and they're all like, "Chill, man. It's cool. Chill. We just came for the flowers." Yeah.
I need this. I need
Like,
you to
yeah,
like full on
this is my world building.
this.
This is how I live.
I need the whole like cinematic universe. Like, this has to be a thing.
It is actually like a whole universe because there's other stories that exist in the same universe as this.
Oh, I'm completely not surprised by that. Like, my mind is already making up fan fiction based on these characters I haven't experienced yet.
There's an apocalypse that happens, and Gabriel and Michael stop by accident at one point, and then they leave. You know, because Michael's trying to talk Gabriel out of the apocalypse. There's a whole thing that, as I said, when I say paranormal, there's some weird stuff happens.
If I can ever find it, there's a script that I wrote back in the day that I would love to just post online, just be like, hi, I'm gonna just leave this here. It was called F the Rapture. And like the angels were sent down to like cause the end of days, and they're just like, they're doing it for us, like to hell with them. Like just let it burn.
Yes.
And I found it very funny. Others found it disturbing for some reason. Like,
Yeah, I think the Gabriel Michaels story was like Gabriel Michaels' last ride before the apocalypse or something. So Jesus is hanging out, living with some gangbangers in East LA, and they end up taking his El Dorado and like on their way, because Michael's trying to show Gabriel there's plenty of things that Earth has this redeeming. So Michael's trying to give Gabriel one last hurrah. I guess trying to like talk about you don't always have to follow all the orders that you have been sent.
Okay, but in the film version of this, when you introduce this Jesus ministry song, "Jesus Built My Hot Rod," has to be playing in the background.
I've never heard this song. You need to send me a... Yes. I've never heard this song, but I'm very much into it. Yes. Like, I literally spent time figuring out what is exactly the vehicle that Jesus would paint the Virgin Mary on. And
he wouldn't paint it. It would just like
I think it's like a 1957 El Dorado convertible.
Yes.
Oh, but you want to employ local artists, right? You want them to feel like they're part of the community, right? I mean, I feel like Jesus would definitely be a patron of the arts.
Yeah. I can see that.
So, I mean, because like essentially heaven has been emptied out. It's just the bureaucrats left because all of the archangels are very disillusioned. Nobody's heard from God in centuries. So they're all like doing their own thing. There's a lot going on.
I don't know why, but I feel like this Jesus would have a taco truck.
Oh, I could see that. Definitely. And like Tom got me to watch that show, what is it, Black Jesus?
Oh man.
On Cartoon Network, right?
Yeah.
Or Adult Swim?
Yeah, it's Adult Swim.
And I was like, no, this is it. This is a Jesus in East LA who's like just hanging with the homies. Because that's exactly what Jesus would do at the end of the world, is just, hey, I did what I did.
So there's a channel that I like to watch where he tries to take some of these like end times people like seriously, and like, what if all of the stuff that they said is true? Let's like piece this all together. And he's like gotten to the point where he's realized that they don't actually know if God's going to win the Apocalypse Bowl.
Yes.
Like their fanfic says that he will, but they're really not sure. And then he did like an entire video showing like the receipts from these quote unquote living prophets. It's just like, you're so hyped for the end for the end game to come, but I don't think you're quite certain you're gonna win it. Yeah.
Yeah, I have noticed that because like our dad was very much a doom and gloom apocalypse kind of guy. So, I mean, I can't tell you how many times growing up that the world was about to end. I lost count.
Oh, that was me in my 20s, yeah.
Yeah, the 90s were wild. And like, it just got to be old hat for me. That said, I do apparently have like a lifetime subscription to Emergency Essentials catalogs. I guess because I was on the list so early.
Hey, I continue.
That's funny.
I continue to contribute my slack to the universe on behalf of the great Bob Dobbs, so that the world will not unravel. So, like, I'm here for this.
I mean, they do have some excellent freeze-dried products, I have to admit. Like, when I found out that it turns out very fair people, such as myself, can avoid burning by consuming large amounts of lycopene every day. So I bought freeze-dried tomato powder and started putting it in everything I ate. And that was where I got it.
Oh my goodness. Okay, Maggie, I want to read this. That is great. So Maggie said, I want to write a story about how the government tries to stop the end of the world by assigning everyone a day and an hour to believe that it is the end, because then because it is the hour before they are going to be raptured / killed. But through the bureaucratic error, the hour is missed. And then it starts, and everyone finds out that that the Everyman's Hour was the plot by the devil to keep himself from being imprisoned. I want to read this. Because that's the biggest loophole is like if nobody knows the day and the hour, like if everybody's saying it's now, then it can like never happen. Right? Like
Right. And we've certainly had, like, growing up, plenty of apocalypse parties. I have to tell you, nobody parties like people who believe in the apocalypse.
I
That's
bet.
why I learned to party hard. Yeah. Carrie, I am working on fingerless gloves for Charlie.
for me.
Yes, so
And
they
I'm
shall
so excited
look.
watching them come into being.
Well, that one like overexposes it, but that looks a little bit more accurate. So I am on the second one, and hopefully, since let's see, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30. So yeah, I was planning on going to 8:30. So it looks like I will definitely have this finished very soon. I only have an inch left on this one.
Woohoo!
Start sewing. Don't you love watching someone make something from start to finish? I find that so satisfying personally.
Mm-hmm. It's very I forgot the word I was looking for. Never mind.
Maggie, I used to watch Jack Van Impe when he was on TV just to like because I was waiting for his wife to slap him because he would go off on a rant and she would just get this look on her face like shut up, Jack. Just shut up. Like she would just get this look on her face and the cameraman knew it and would keep cutting to her and I'm just like eventually she's gonna like snap and slap him and like beat him to a pulp. And then he randomly showed up one day in a cast, a black eye, and a busted lip. And I was like, oh man, it happened off camera.
It happened off camera.
And then he told some story about how he slipped and fell down the stairs. I'm like, that's what all abuse victims say. Like your wife finally snapped. And she, oddly enough, was kind of like relaxed and chill for like the
Wasn't
first
she in a
time
good
ever.
mood? Yeah.
And I'm just like, dang it, it happened off camera.
Yeah.
I've watched this for years just to see the breakdown.
Is it cathartic, Megan?
I can't remember what I was trying to say, so I don't remember what I.
I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's not you. It's
You know, sometimes the words just don't come, right? I mean, surely.
yeah, I'm having a hard time making words form today. They just don't want to word.
Oh, I can definitely relate.
Yes, Rexella was awesome. And she actually had a really good singing voice. And then that weird announcer who would like mime playing the trumpet. Like that show was such a trip. Because I've played the trumpet. I know what your mouth has to do to play a trumpet. And his mouth was doing no such thing. You can't lip sync a trumpet, dude. You can't lip sync the trumpet.
Yeah, you can tell with their fingers if they're. It's sort of like, you know, you can't not play the piano and look like you're playing the piano.
Yeah.
Although Ralph did a great job, in my opinion. You know, from the Muppets.
Moving right along.
Maggie, you know, I have some other fingerless gloves already done. Shall I mail you some? Were there any that were not hideous before? Let's mail it to you. I mean, I liked all the fingerless gloves I made, but I understand everybody has their own taste.
Wait, I'm supposed to have taste now too? God, what do you
Their
people
own
keep adding
style?
things?
I mean, I happen to think, yes, my, you know, style, my taste is, you know, wonderful, but I understand not everybody's on board.
It's bad enough that I finally gave in to my internal whims and ordered some makeups.
Ooh, what'd you get?
I'm just starting simple. I'm going to start with just like some basics to like acclimatize people to my face not being red and blotchy all the damn time. And then I'm going to go super goth once I figure out exactly how I want to appear on camera. Because
You want me to show you what I asked Tom to get me for my birthday?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. I only found it last night. I was watching Trixie Mattel and was like, I want that.
Oh, Trixie.
I know. We love our Trixie. Okay, let's see. Share screen. Okay, is it showing up? Yes. Okay, it's this thing.
Ooh.
The Prados Stephen Paul Judd eyeshadow palette.
That is a bright yellow.
Oh yes, hello, yeah. And there's no red 40 in any of it.
Oh, wow.
I checked the ingredients. Yes. So yeah, I feel like I can make this work. And it's an indigenous owned company.
Ooh, even better.
So yeah, I felt good about it. But mostly it was the color. I gotta be honest with y'all. Like I would like to say, oh, I'm such a virtuous person who only buys makeup. No, the color sold me first, and then it was like, oh, that's lovely. I would love to support small business. Yes, but mostly the colors. I'm sorry, but yeah, I think they're so pretty.
Oh yeah, I'm totally not going to be doing color. Like it's like all going to be like white, black, and gray.
Oh, you know that I am like a peacock. Right? Get that.
Like my little goth art just can't take color. I've put color on my face. I used to do drag, and like when I would put color on my face, it was just like no matter what it was doing. Like even when my mama put the makeup on me, and let me just say she was a masterpiece. She could turn herself from Tone Loc to Diana Ross in like 5 minutes. She was amazing. But like I just can't stand myself with like too much color. Like no.
Well, I got to be honest. What really helped me with color was I did my color wheel. Well, to be perfectly honest, I actually first did Tom. Well, I did my color wheel and then I did Tom's, and then I was able to finish my color wheel because it turned out my colors are apparently the most difficult one. It's Bright Winter is the most difficult color wheel to figure out for somebody. But, part of Bright Winter is you can wear jewel tones. And I had never dared wear jewel tones before because I thought I would look terrible in them. And then I started finding some things that were in these beautiful, bright jewel tones and was like, oh, well, yes, I do feel like myself now. So that's what got me into wearing these gorgeous, bright, loud colors is, color wheel.
I mean, you've seen like the vast majority of my clothes. Like I'm very much in the goth army. Like the darkness has embraced me and I embraced it back. Like
Yes. It's very much all shades of black and gray.
the biggest argument that I ever had with my brother was when he was bemoaning being colorblind, and I'm like, yes, but you see the world the way I want to. And he did not take that kindly and thought I was mocking him. And fisticuffs may have been thrown.
Oh dear. Yeah, I'm more of a perky goth. Yeah.
Oh no, I am so like the opposite of a bubble goth. Like I'm probably gonna do some bubble gothy things because I think they'll look good on video. But like if anybody watches Ophia's channel, I'm basically gonna be stealing her makeup style because
Nice.
I really like how she does her makeup, and I really like the tutorials that she's put up are really nice and easy.
Yeah, Carrie, that's the nice thing about crochet is if you get a hole in it, it won't run. Unlike with knitting, which you can get a terrible run in.
Couldn't you patch it with new crochet work?
Yeah, you can.
I'm not saying that you have to. I'm new to the world of crochet and I'm wanting to learn.
I am having a problem with let me try
Sister.
the comments, but now it's fixed. Okay. It wasn't letting me see any of the new comments.
Oh, it does that sometimes or it won't scroll.
Yeah, it would, but I was able to get it to work.
I miss doing drag. Like, I really enjoyed it back when I did it, but let's just say I went through a very severe cisnormative period of time, and I have not gotten back into doing it after that.
I think drag is more of my natural state, to be perfectly honest.
I still have yet to see a drag show. It's on my list of things to do.
Just prepare yourself, because what they don't warn you about is if you go to an actual drag show, there will be strippers.
Oh, that doesn't.
Well,
Okay,
most
so
people aren't warned. They just think, because so many people's introduction to drag is like RuPaul's Drag Race and stuff like that, and they're just like, oh, it's going to be like skits and lip sync, and yes, there's a lot of that, and then there's the strippers. Like it's a lot more adult than most people are prepared for after watching RuPaul on VH1.
for my 22nd birthday, my husband at the time took me to a strip club because he thought it would be fun. So that's what we did for my 22nd birthday.
Last time I was at a drag show, it was my house daughter's coming out. She performed beautifully, and then the stripper tried to give me a lap dance, and I almost broke their leg by accident. I just held up my hand and showed them my wedding ring, and out of deference, he tried to basically wiggle jiggle away from me in a way that would be seductive for other people, and misplaced his footing and did like a tumble somersault fall onto the floor, because I just didn't need that like that stripper sweat on me. Like I just no.
That's funny.
And it was like I almost destroyed a stripper through respect. It was just like, no, thank you. And like, yeah. I tipped him because I felt bad because I like made him like face plant on the ground.
Oh no.
I was like, here's some money, darling. I'm sorry. But like, here, my straight friend over here really wants a lap dance. Like, get at it. I handed him a $20 bill, and that straight boy had to suffer. That's okay. I owed him. He took me to a strip club and had somebody with 3 teeth and more bullet holes and knife wounds on them do terrible things to me. So, revenge. Oh no, the strippers around here are not cute for the most part. There's apparently a high propensity to get knife wounds if you're a stripper in Southeast Missouri, apparently, because like they all have like giant knife scars all over their body.
That's disturbing.
It is,
to say the least.
And very few teeth, but that's just the math.
Well, I guess we have genteel strippers or genteel drag queens here. When we had a gay nightclub here, because we had one for like 20 years at least. I don't know that they stripped much, but they did dance and prance a lot. And they did have their teeth.
I've never been to a drag show where it wasn't interspersed with genteelly we will refer to them by their chosen name of go-go dancers or strippers.
Well, I mean, like they dance and everything, but they kept all their clothes on.
I've never been to a gay bar that didn't have scantily clad men suddenly come out and dance for money. But maybe I just go to the right gay bars.
Yeah, like part of it probably had to do with ordinances and everything.
That's true.
You know, even though the nightclub was in the industrial park, still, anyway, I don't know. But yeah, everyone had to keep their shorts on.
JJ's was such a trashy gay club. Like, you would just like hold it until you got home because you knew you'd get chlamydia from the doorknob on the bathroom. Like, just didn't even
lovely.
Oh, that's genuinely terrible.
I wish that was a joke. They wonder why they went out of business. I'm just like, it's called Clorox wipes. Use them. I can help you keep your business in business. Mop the floors and Clorox wipes.
You can honestly say they did clean them because I knew who they hired for their housekeepers.
Well, see, we had our little bitty hamlet actually had 2 gay bars, and one went out of business because she refused to hire a bartender that knew how to mix drinks. And I'm just like, oh, honey, no. Like, I ordered a Manhattan, and I don't know what I got, but it was some kind of a spritzer. Like, I know that much. It was.
How do you not know how to make a Manhattan?
This was the quality of bartenders that Brenda's had. Like this was the good bartender. Because I had heard stories, and I was like, told my friend, I was like, fine, if I'm going to go there, you're going to take me the night that the good bartender's there. And I was like, is this the good bartender? Like, yeah, I want a Manhattan. And I don't know what it is, but it had Sprite in it. When I saw her like open the Sprite can, I just went, oh. I don't know what else is in this drink, but it's definitely not what I ordered.
Yeah, that's not.
And then she was surprised that she went out of business. And then the other one was, I think the word sketchy would have been like 3 rungs up on the totem pole from where it was. And it was surprised that it went out of business too.
Our nightclub went out of business just because Pete wanted to retire. That was what happened.
I want to start a queer coffee house in town when like
That would be lovely.
we can start doing things again. And have enough space that like we can move the tables out and actually have like dancing on the weekends. But like just be a safe space because this town definitely needs that.
Yes. I think every town needs that, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, even at our gay nightclub, like, it was something I used to talk with Pete about. Because we had, at the video store, we had a kiosk inside of the gay nightclub. And so Pete and I used to sit on Tuesday afternoons and have, like, just regular conversations and just shoot the breeze. And one of the things we talked about, I was like, I've seen this place on Saturdays, and it is like literally, fire marshal capacity. And there's still a line that's 2 hours long outside. Are there really that many gay people in the area? And he's like, nah, at least half of them are straight couples coming in. At least half. He's like, and I'm like, how do you know? I mean, surely you're not asking people. And he's like, you can tell who's dancing with who, like who comes in with who and how they act. You can just tell. And then I started looking like, oh yeah, no, those people are definitely straight. But yeah, like half of the people there, at least half, maybe more like 60%, were straight couples who just did not want to go to the country western bar literally down the road. Because, yeah, we had the good music. But like, I mean, also the club had great entertainment because Pete got the club registered. I guess there's like a drag queen pageant circuit, and he got it registered on the pageant circuit. So pretty much, if you won at the nightclub, then you could go straight on to Atlanta to the nationals or for the pageant circuit.
There are a couple, and I know there's a couple royal courts that are trying to expand out and have been for a while. Because honestly, I want to go to a ball. I have not been to a ball in so long.
Mm-hmm. I got one ball gown, and I definitely want to wear it. I do need to buy a petticoat for it, though.
Okay, those kinds of balls are fun, too. I was referring to a court ball.
Just look, I just want it just pretty, okay? It has sequins.
I'm sure if we're like in the same area, I can talk whoever's running it and having like what is this, Edwardian realness?
No, mostly I look like Rosemary Clooney in the 80s, frankly.
Okay, so Rosemary Clooney realness. That's actually a category. I've walked that
Is
category.
that
That's a real thing.
Finally, my day will come. Yeah, I'm serious.
I don't know how often that category gets called, but I have walked Rosemary Clooney realness.
Now, I do love the strippers. Like, I was friends with all the girls at both of the strip clubs. So I got lap dances for free if I wanted to, which I was more like, why don't you do some pole work for me? And then be like, okay, what kind of pole work do you like? I'm like, anything you want to do, honey. And then so I would get the special shows. And then I started bringing my own CD mixes, and they loved those. So then they would dance to my mixes. So that was great.
Don't forget to describe the pole.
The pole was 30 feet tall. It was literally ground into the ground, like, I don't know, 15, 20 feet down, and then cemented and everything. Like, it was professionally installed. It was fantastic. And I'm like, do whatever you want, honey. They would literally just, it was amazing. I'd be up on the second floor of the strip club, and they're up above me, and they're like, they're touching their little toes to each other across other pole. Anyway, they did special shows. People used to love it. Some of the regulars started noticing whenever I came in, it was great pole work, and they would like, the pole lady's here, and they meant me. Because I would go up to the second floor to go sit on the couch behind the DJ, where no one was allowed to sit, because that was the DJ's couch, but I got to go sit there because I'd bring the DJ the mixtape. I'm like, here, please play this. And and then the girls would do all sorts of, like, I've been working on it for you, Gloria. They shimmy up the pole to the second floor to tell me at the balcony, and then they're like, watch my show. And so for 20 minutes, it was like the stripping would stop so that the girls could do their pole recitals for me. It was wonderful. It was a magical time in the early 2000s. Yes. I love opera so much.
Me too. You know about the Metropolitan Opera are showing their free showings of various operas?
Oh, yes.
I've been watching quite a bit lately.
That's awesome. Yes. When I worked for the library and interlibrary loan, one of the things I used to do was borrow from other libraries all over the country their DVDs of various operas. Yeah, like when the Met did Hamlet with Anna Netrebko. Oh my god.
Oh yeah. I love
She's
her.
in that gray slinky nightgown. Oh, yes. And she's just singing like, yeah. Oh, it's fantastic. Or no, Macbeth. That was it. It wasn't Hamlet. It was Macbeth, which she did.
Gotcha.
If you ever get a chance to watch Anna Netrebko, the Met do Macbeth, and I think like the outfits are set, I want to say in the teens or 20s or 30s, because the costuming is kind of interesting. Definitely do take the opportunity. I almost subscribed to the Met's app just so I could watch this one, but it was like $15 a month. I know
it's a little pricey.
I need you to send me that video / audio of that clip I just made for a possible music project that I will credit you on.
Okay. Do I dare? I don't know that I dare look, but I assume Tom is pulling it.
It's Tom in the background going, don't forget to describe the pole. And you going, the pole was 30 feet tall.
It was amazing.
I've seen that pole in my life.
I mean, like, the girls would get up on it and they knew they were absolutely safe. So they would really push the limits of physics. It was fantastic. I mean, yeah.
I just need that clip in my life. I need it. That was just like a magic moment. And I was like, oh, wait, Twitch, I could clip it. And I did.
Tom, do you have a copy yet?
I'm trying to figure out what chat it's under.
Oh, I know. I see. Charlie, is that in Wondercraft? Or yeah, it's in Wondercraft.
Yeah, that's the only one of yours that I'm subscribed to.
Okay. There's also Glory Writes the Blues. And we've now got both streaming right now. Both Twitch channels streaming.
Magic.
Because we can. Because of our lovely author 2 benefactor. All the funsies.
That's the one thing that I love about Twitch is when something like that happens, and Kat has learned this about me, and like I am not afraid of using the clipping tool. Like, oh, by the way, YouTube is currently trying to figure out how to do one of those. And if you want to watch a bunch of engineers talk like idiots because they're like talking about how they have to invent this new technology, and I'm just like, it's on Twitch. Dang
It's
it.
on Twitch.
Like-
Don't y'all know? Surely you've watched Twitch.
Like, surely you know that this exists. And they're just like, it's amazing new technology. And I'm just like, it's been on Twitch for a while. I use it way too much.
By the way, I just want to mention that while this is an accessibility tool, anyone can use it. Please do not strain your eyes when trying to thread any needle.
Oh, yes.
You could use these. It has 2 sides.
Clever.
Please get it for yourself. Save your eyesight, your frustration, have all the good feelings. Please. Yes.
And they work equally well when threading a sewing machine, with the exception of the stupid
Yes.
bobbin that has to go through the weird rigmarole of the wiggies. But
Exactly. And there's, if I recall, there's actually a different accessibility tool for that, for popping the bobbin thread out, if I recall correctly, or at least in the older singers, because I only use the vintage ones.
my sister stole it, and I am not happy.
Truth is, I only know how to use the vintage ones. I cannot be trusted on the new ones. No comment. So I'm
Fancy.
I sent Tom the link
Send it to you on Discord.
on Telegram. Yeah. Yeah, Charlie needs to get on Telegram. You know you can do it on your computer. Just saying. Join the cool kids.
Yeah.
No, because I get kicked out. Like every time I'm anywhere, there are cool kids. They're like, "Oh, what the are you doing here?" Bye, and then the cool kids leave.
I'm not going anywhere. But if I do, I will let you know.
Yes. We have a brother sewing machine, and there's this weird, like, you have to run it down and around and back up and down and back around and up and then up and through the thingy. And
Well, and as I said, that's why I use the threading tool. And they come in a bunch of different designs, and all of them are equally useful in different formats. So buy all of them, because there's some that use wire, and those also work. It just depends on what you're trying to do. These are better for yarn because they're a little bit more sturdy. So you know how yarn is bigger and thicker? These are easier for pulling it through the eye versus the wire ones, because the yarn is heavier. It tends to pull the wire out.
don't be a bicka. She's been there the whole time. I'm sorry. The one cat woke up and realized she's in a cuddle pile with the other 2 cats and is freaking out right now.
Like,
Just-
cats
You've
are
been sleeping for like the
such a-
last 3 hours in kitty cat love, and now you're upset about it. Like, just
Yeah.
no, just stop.
We've all met those cats.
Oh, she was a hateful, scornful little thing until we got the other 2 cats, and now she's just like, no, you have to love me more than them. And I'm just like, but how? You bite. But then again, she's not really a cat. She's actually my familiar, because she just showed up one day with the same coloration and marking as our dog shortly after we got our dog, and like attacked the hubby until the hubby like relented, and we brought her inside. So
Yeah, I had a cat like that outside, and I tried to bring him in, and then he obviously showed me that he was definitely not ready for house living. And I was like, well, bye-bye. You can stay outside. He's fine now.
So he was trying to go to work, and he opened the door to the car, and she jumped into the car, and he picked her up and threw her back onto the floor, tossed her back onto the floor of the garage, and hopped into the car, and she jumped up on his lap, And he picked her up and put her back down on the floor and closed the door real quick. And she hopped up on the hood of the car and started pounding on the glass with her kitty cat little kitten foot, meowing at him.
Let me in. I belong here.
And so he sent me a picture of her doing that and said, "Do you want a cat? Do you want another cat?"
Tom said he sent it to you on Discord.
I saw that.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure we were all communicating.
With your permissions,
Of
that
course.
up in a musical thing. But the great thing is with DistroKid, I can literally credit you, and if it ever makes any money, you'll get royalties.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I may in the future be working on an opera with a composer about dissociative disorder from some of my poems
Nice.
based on
That's exciting.
based on one of my poems.
Because I'm just saying that just sounds like it needs to be the start of a song. Don't forget to describe the pole. It just needs, like, yes. And like some really dirty beat that like you can like, you know, do that slow work too.
Oh yeah. Yeah, yes. Takes me back.
Either that or my first attempt at doing a bounce track. Because I really want to do one. I want to try to find a way if I can do goth bounce.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool, I have to be honest.
Like, especially since I've been working on my death metal growl, because that's probably the voice I'm going to use in any like lyrical parts. So I just think that would make for a fun like bounce song.
Yes, I think so. Especially very
Ice cream.
Tom. Bounce track for like very early 2000s, late 90s, early 2000s strip club center. Yes. That would be awesome.
I got that gin in my system. Everybody gonna be my victim. I got that gin in my system. Oh yeah.
Hey there, I'm Chocolate Moose Tracks, or hello, ik ben Belgian chocolate. Did he just call himself a donut? Yes, he did. I'm Berliner.
So my first German teacher was actually in the crowd when he said that, and she was just like, "We all knew what he meant, but we thought it was ever so funny that his translators didn't warn him." So naughty. And I'm just like,
So naughty.
that's what we learned, like-
German humor.
and that's what I learned. Like, oh, she would say that so often, and it just like was so hard not to pick up as an affectation. Just like, oh, and then so naughty, and like, it was just like her like go-to phrase. I'm just like, honey, I don't think that means over here. What you think it means.
You know, like every time I watch Hello, I don't
Oh, I
think
love that show.
I always think about like all like because I have been assured from several behind the scenes little mini documentaries I've seen on YouTube of all of this is based on real people's experiences during the war with all of these kinds of people, these officers and yes, French barkeeps and everything. And I'm just like, yeah, I could believe that. I could really believe it.
The portrait of the French Madonna with the big boobies.
Yeah, Tom, like I was talking to Tom the other like yesterday or something, and it was saying like how I had hidden something in the couch, and he's like, "You hid something in the couch?" I'm like, "Yeah, there's a printout. I hid it in the couch somewhere." He's like, "What do you mean you hid in the couch?" I'm like, "I hide all sorts of things in the couch. What are you talking about?" Like, what are you talking about? I was like I hide all kinds of things in the couches. Ever since I was going through my Holocaust phase in middle school and high school, and I read about, and this was, by the way, before we knew that we were Jewish, and I was reading about how, like, more than a few Jewish families in Germany had hid various deeds and monies and jewelry and stuff in their furniture on the theory of when they get out, they could come back and locate whoever has their furniture and then, you know, get the deeds. And because I guess that's how German property law is. I don't know. And like some of them actually did that 20 years later, were able to like, see, it's our property. Because, the greedy Germans had not like destroyed their furniture or anything. They kept it in pristine condition. So they just pulled, and I'm like, so like I literally learned how to do upholstery and everything, like as it was described in these Holocaust memoirs of how to hide all sorts of things in furniture.
I read too many of those when I was a kid.
See, yeah, you get it.
I do.
Also, I learned how to hide myself in various couches. You can hide even a chubby plus-size teenager in some furniture.
I was really good at hiding inside of furniture as a kid.
Used to drive my mom nuts. Like she would be screaming, "Glory, where are you, Glory?" And I'd be like, "I'm over here." And I'm still in the couch, hidden. And she's like, "Where are you? How are you throwing your voice?" And I'm like, finally, I'd stick a little finger out right here, look down. She's like, "Oh," she screamed, just get. I'm like, how can you not see me? It's just such a kid. Yeah.
My mother has gaslit me so much about my childhood, I don't even know what happened.
Well, that sounds like a great opportunity to retell it in your own words. Let me tell you how much I was relieved when my mother passed away. It was like, finally, no one to contradict me. It's liberating, y'all.
I feel you.
Yes. Yep.
I just love that I'm still going through this phase. Like, bro, the hubby's nice and all, but eventually one day you'll settle down and find a nice girl. Like, no. One day I will settle down and be a nice demi-girl, but...
You want a petticoat.
Actually, yes. I miss my corsets. I miss my corsets.
I've been doing research on plus-size petticoats, y'all. Both the homemade kind and the kind you can buy from a company in Tennessee.
I've got a wonderful leather crafter who's been working on making me a bustier corset.
Oh, nice.
I'm so excited.
I think anyone who likes wearing a skirt should have at least one petticoat just to feel extra girly, extra fancy. Also, I have found that if you're bigger, a petticoat, it looks even better. Like I got these big old hips. Obviously, y'all have had like a highlight of the potato torso. It's all potato lumps here. Yes. So, yeah, petticoats look fantastic on my size. And also, petticoats look great if, like you're like me and modeling, like standing for long periods of time is uncomfortable. Petticoats look great when you're sitting.
Yep.
I've studied Jessica Kellgren-Fozzard a lot, her modeling. And I've seen what she's talking about petticoats really do look great when you're sitting. So they can be great for disability models.
Interesting.
So I have found it very enlightening. Plus, of course, petticoats just look so flirty and fun.
They do.
And they come in a variety. They don't all come like super poofy. Like the company I was researching out of Tennessee, who's been making petticoats for, I don't know, like 70, 80 years now. Like they come in a variety of fluffiness, from very minor where it would just look like the dress is very full or the skirt is full, to, like that square dancing, like is that skirt like almost horizontal? Y'all know what I'm talking about, like clog dancing and stuff.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's nice to see there's a variety of options all the way up past my size.
Carrie says, when the world opens up again, I want to go to Comic-Con and cosplay as Morticia Adams.
Oh, that would be awesome.
A
Yes.
curvy Morticia in that black gown, I would rock it, she says.
Yes.
Yes.
I want to see that, or at least pictures.
Yes. Oh.
Oh, yeah.
That would be too cute.
Mm-hmm. That'd be awesome.
I love the Addams Family so much. One day I will have the courage to watch the new movie.
I fell asleep trying to watch it.
I've heard not so good things. But then again, I heard a lot of not so good things about the new Scooby-Doo movie, and I thought it was fine.
I still haven't watched it.
Like, I wish they hadn't done the celebrity voice actor thing, because I don't like that, especially for, like, an established story when, like, you have in your head what Scooby and Shaggy and, you know, Daphne and you know what they should sound like, because, you know, it's only been on TV since, what, the 60s?
It's been on for quite a while.
I miss the early 2000s when live action Scooby-Doo had respect for the characters.
Yes!
What a concept.
I mean, what's his name? Matthew Lillard?
Oh, Matthew Lillard is so
Still
good.
goes to conventions and at a moment's notice can, you know, do not Scooby,
Shaggy.
Shaggy.
Shaggy. You can do Shaggy's voice without a problem.
And I kind of hope that it was successful enough that they do all the spin-offs that the movie teased. Because, like, Captain Caveman was hilarious. Like, I don't think that's a spoiler because they literally, like, put him all over their Instagram account, so...
I remember Captain Caveman. Captain Caveman!
Their Captain Caveman was so funny. Like, they basically, like, this is the backdoor pilot for, like, that whole Hanna-Barbera universe coming into being. And I want that. Like, Disney's cool and all, but, like, I want a Yogi Bear movie that doesn't suck. Like, can we have a Yogi Bear that doesn't suck? Like, where's my Huckleberry Hound? Let's bring back Huckleberry Hound.
Yes, I love Huckleberry Hound. Oh,
Yeah.
one of my favorite characters.
That would be awesome.
Like, there's so many great Hanna-Barbera characters that, like, the kids don't know, because, you know, unless, like, their parents
Unless they've been properly educated.
Right. But, you know, I mean, they haven't been updated in so long. You know, like, Scooby-Doo at least has been ongoing. So people have an idea, you know, who Scooby is and stuff. But, like, where are all the queer kids going to get their Snagglepuss fix from? Because, like...
Yes! I mean, like, I loved Snagglepuss growing up. My mother was like, but Snagglepuss is so campy. And I was like, I love camp.
Yes!
Loved
That's the point.
I loved it. Oh, and like my mother used to get me like, "Don't talk that way." And I'm like, "Why not? It's Snagglepuss." Boomers. That's all I have to say. Boomers.
Boomers.
My dad once told me that he'd realized that I was a special child when I fell in love with Snagglepuss.
We knew something was up. Like, okay, sure.
I was like, yeah, I can see it. That and when we watched Too Close for Comfort, Monroe was my favorite because Jim J. Bullock was a star.
I was always the over dramatic child. It's true.
Oh yeah. I remember when I was in kindergarten getting into an argument with a cisgendered female girl because we were playing Spider-Man and His Amazing Friends, and I didn't want to be Iceman. I wanted to be Firestar.
Ooh, Firestar. Good choice.
Ooh, it switched.
Tom's playing around. It's a corporate takeover. Ooh, this purple's extra slippery.
I feel like we just need to get Tom a YouTube channel called The Man in the Chair. And just like, it can just be random other people like guesting and talking about things. And Tom's just the guy in the chair that controls the screen. Like, it makes it look good. Like, that would be the ultimate.
Wasn't there like a character? What was that show? It was like ABC Saturday morning cartoons where there was like the master VHS guy or something. Do you remember that? Like
Kid video.
Kid Video.
Kid Video. Oh my god! Yes, yes.
Yes, that's what Tom reminds me of. Kid Video.
Oh my goodness, that's a flashback and a half, right
I
there.
know, because like that stuff does not get any airplay.
No.
Like, I realize many people have told me I should lie about my age, but I'm like, but all my references are so ancient. And they did not make it to the digital world, you know, like Kid Video has never gotten rebooted.
Well, I don't know even how you would do that. Like, I'm still so mad at the Gem and the Holograms reboot, which, by the way, isn't bad. It's not a bad movie. It's just not the movie that Gem deserved.
Right.
Like, it's a perfectly passable movie. If it was anything else, it would have been fine. But I'm still mad that it didn't do better because I wanted my Kesha sequel, because you can't tease that Kesha is going to be pizzazz and then not give me that movie. You
Wait,
can't.
Kesha, like the musician?
Yes, Kesha shows up at the end of the movie, and she as pizzazz. She's the head of the Misfits, the lead singer for the Misfits.
Oh, and I loved Pizzazz. Pizzazz is who, honestly, my makeup is still based on. I mean, I'm just going to
That was the sequel bait at the end.
You know, like, what was it? 3 mad girls in a van? I was here for this. Like, well, and they were poor. And I could really relate to that. Of like, these girls did not have money and an AI to help them succeed. They had to do it themselves.
Yeah, this is the sequel bait at the end, is like, oh, and in the sequel, the Misfits will be led by Kesha. And I'm just like, people need to go see this movie now. Like, now, like, who cares how good this movie is? We need that movie. Like, I just need that movie. Like, let's just pretend that this movie didn't happen and just make that now. Like, I'll take it. Like, Gem all grown up and Pizzazz still trying to get her. Like, I'm fine with that. Like, know your target audience. The kids don't care about Gem. I do. Hell, get Dolly Parton to play Gem. I'm down for it. I don't care. Ooh, that would actually be kind of fierce.
Yeah, I'd really love to see like Gem, 40, 50 years later, Dolly Parton is playing her. And so it's like a whole new generation. Yes.
That I would watch that movie.
I would too. I would very much be here for this movie.
I agree with Maggie. She says, I'm just so sick of them remaking everything rather than reaching out into the immense indie creator talent pool.
Oh, well. Can't say I'm surprised that they're not, though.
No, but
especially
it would be nice to have some fresh content.
Yes. But I mean, let's be honest, nostalgia sells.
Mm-hmm.
As well as the whole issue that's still going on with the Writers Guild and the agents industry group.
Oh, what's going on there?
Oh, that's been going. It's such a hot mess. So here is the problem. In any production situation, you do not want your agent or your agent's firm to have a major stake in the production company hiring you for your work as a writer or hiring you to write for a series, because your agent now has split loyalties. They're not negotiating only on your behalf, especially when the other loyalty is in direct opposition to you as the writer's benefit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it, like, actual agency firms were boldface lying about their content, like about that they had money invested in these production companies and that they were essentially not necessarily negotiating. What is it? No, like with the best of intentions, like there's a legal term for that. What?
In bad faith.
They were doing it in bad faith. So they weren't even like disclosing to the writers that they had split loyalties. So the writers thought when the agent or the agent's firm says this is the best deal we're going to be able to get for you for this, so we recommend you take it.
Yeah.
That's not necessarily true.
Mm.
And it eventually became so blatant, so widespread, and also because these agency firms, because they were becoming so profitable by investing in these production companies, or essentially establishing their own production companies under other names. They became so profitable, they were able to buy up smaller agency firms and reduce the number of agency firms, so writers had even fewer options for agents.
Oh.
Like, do you see how it was slowly becoming a
Yeah.
monopoly, where I think like it had gotten down to, I want to say, truly a handful or two of agency firms in all of Hollywood, both for movies and TV shows.
Oh, wow.
Like, considering, Netflix and Amazon Prime and all of these other formats were producing more TV shows and movies than ever. So there's so many more productions going on at any given time, and there were even fewer different firms available, and every one of them had at least one, if not multiple, production companies that they were also heavily invested in or actually running.
Mm.
That was where the Writers Guild, Writers Guild West went on strike, I guess, a year and a half, 2 years ago or something like that. It's hard to tell how time works with 2020.
Yeah, 2020 throws everything for a loop.
Yeah.
Let's say 2 years. 2 years at
Yeah.
least.
And so that's been part of the problem, the ongoing issues, because what happened was a lot of these agency firms pretty much priced these writers out. So they would take things that they had originally pitched to Netflix and they wrote the first season for, and because they were the ones who were in charge of the contracts, so they didn't have to hire their own writers back for the second season, they could hire a cheaper writer.
Oh, man.
Yes. It is as dirty as it could get.
That's awful.
So that's what's ongoing right now. But the pandemic has made it all take a back burner. Understandably.
Yeah.
Good night,
Night, CB.
Night, CB. Hope you sleep well, sweetie. Yeah, they ruin indie authors by buying the series.
Yep.
Oh, that's...
It's, again, there's been a lot of reasons why I was like, it's better to just set up my own publishing.
Mm-hmm.
And, as well as my concern with ever taking space in traditional publishing where a person of color, a writer of color could have.
Mm-hmm. The seedy underbelly of the writing world.
Yeah, it's terrible. I remember, especially I think people have started to realize I kind of know what I'm talking about, but when I first started talking, people would shout me down on YouTube because they don't want the illusion to get lost, and it's I've not been traditionally published in forever, but I with very few exceptions, all of my friends are writers in some way, shape, or form, and have been for the last 25, 30 years.
Right.
And so you hear the stories. And
yeah. And the thing is, if I had plenty of money, financial support and support in other ways, I probably would have gone into law, and specifically the area of law I would have studied is contract law. So there's not a single contract that I've ever signed, including my own divorce papers, that I did not end up having to edit. Yes, I had to edit my own divorce papers. I'm like, excuse me, how much am I paying you? And I'm catching all sorts of errors. Anyway. But there are contracts interest me. And so every time I see bad contracts, it's just oh, cringe. Please, no. But how would they know if they're getting bad advice everywhere?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Whether it's the traditional publishing industry or it's, movie and TV production, any of it, they're getting really bad advice. Mostly because anytime somebody advises you, oh, you don't need to hire an entertainment or literary lawyer to look this over. This is just standard boilerplate. Okay, anytime someone says boilerplate, let that be a flag.
Yeah.
Because there's no such thing as a good boilerplate. The point of a boilerplate is it's convenient. It doesn't mean it's good. It means it's convenient for someone that's not you. Let's see. Maggie says, well, and there is this whole contingent of AuthorTube who have this toxic attitude that unless you go traditional publish or plans to go traditional, then you aren't a real author. Yeah.
Well, no, that's not just AuthorTube. Like I know several conventions that you're not considered a writer if you're not traditionally published. And like, even when you could, like, I got into a fight with one of them because I could bring receipts because this was before my unscheduled mental health vacation when I was selling like a lot of books.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I can show you how much I'm selling, and I can show you that if you look at the Amazon charts right now, I'm outselling all of your writer guests right now.
Right.
So who's the not real writer here? You know, like, but like there's a prestige there. There's a this is why, like, okay, so the term meritocracy was coined by somebody who was making fun of the idea. The whole point of the book where the word meritocracy came into being is that there is no such thing as a meritocracy. The good don't rise to the top. The people that deserve to be there generally don't actually get there. It's cronyism that gets most people where they are and where they go. And that's what the term meritocracy was originally coined to talk about, is this fake pretend, like, the good, you know, the cream rises to the top. And that is not how it works. The way all of these industries work is based off of clout and authority. And this is why they don't like indie writers. We are completely skirting that entire system.
Well, we're also cutting out the middleman too.
Yeah.
Which, they live on being a middleman.
Yes.
I mean, it was, another reason. It was like, why would I grow someone else's business when I'm already working so hard to grow my own? And that's why it's like, yeah, I love the idea of far more of a publishing collective than, just a traditional publishing house. Now, in the old days, like, I miss DAW. Y'all, I really miss the publishing house DAW.
Yeah.
That was some wonderful pulp. Like,
yes.
Like, if DAW published it, then I was going to buy it, or at least I would definitely read every single back cover of any DAW pulp, because I was more likely going to enjoy it. Even if it wasn't necessarily exactly my hook, my genre, I would probably enjoy it because it was always meant to be a fun ride, every story they published. And, you don't know how sad I was when I went and looked up because I needed something to read, and I go search for DAW website and found out that Penguin bought them. And I'm like, those MFers.
Well, Penguin owns so much more than people know that they own now, especially.
And they try to hide it. That's how you know how much they must own.
But, I don't want to, like, poop on anybody's dreams of being traditionally published. Like, if I could write a book and that I thought would actually get picked up by them and be, like, published by Tor or Baen, that would be amazing, because then I would have that book with that imprint sitting next to all of the dozens of books that I've bought and loved over the years from, like, that would be great. But at the same time, I know that I'll have to do the same amount of work either way.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel kind of torn about it. So the library job I had was definitely a prestige job. I did not go for it for prestige. I went to it because it was something I'd always dreamed of having. Like, since I was a little kid, I wanted to be a librarian because so many librarians were really helpful in my life. So I thought, I will love it because so many librarians were really wonderful to me. So I inadvertently ended up with a prestige job. And I'm here to tell you, it sucked balls. And not just the poverty part, because, the pay is literally laughable. It's are you kidding? We got paid less than any other county worker in our county.
Wow.
name the part-time job that, surely the person who opens up the community centers just to make sure the thermostat's working, electricity works every quarter. They got paid more and had more benefits than anyone at the library system. And the prestige is not, you can't negotiate that to much more, it doesn't translate to your life is better somehow.
Nope.
Or that, you'll get a better deal on a used car. There's prestige is something for the upper middle class to negotiate.
Yep.
It is absolutely worthless if you are not already nearly wealthy. If you don't already live on upper six figures a year, prestige is worthless to your, style of living, to your comfort level.
Which is why I always make jokes about, how sad I am that, other people aren't fake humans like the hubby and I. We don't make very much at all because, small restaurant, small county, small town. We're smart. But because we have a business, we have connections. And those connections are the real currency in this country.
Mm-hmm.
We already have, we got our first and second PPP loans because quite literally, the president of the bank that we have our money with dines at our restaurant and pre-filled out the loan for us and just brought it in that morning to sign and send it in.
That's really sweet.
Yeah.
But that's because of the connection. That's what if anybody doesn't understand, that's what it's really about, is having those connections with people. A lot of the local businesses went under because they didn't get their filings in time. We did. Why? Because we take care of people. There's one family that we could not disagree with more on everything, like politics, religion. They are very conservative and don't approve of our quote-unquote lifestyle. But when the city fathers did them wrong, we had their backs. We were letting them come in and have lunch and stuff at our restaurant because we knew how dirty they'd been done, because they basically decided to put them out of business. Somebody on the city council decided that they were going to go out of business because they just didn't like them personally. Oh, and there was a way they could sneakily make a profit off of it. And you get a reputation for doing stuff like that. Being a good person gets you a reputation. And you know what? People help you when you have that reputation for being a good person.
Yeah.
That's
currency is useful.
Yes.
Baseless prestige, at a national level? Oh, no, honey. No.
Yeah.
There's nothing. Do not bother yourself with it.
It's just ridiculous how much people will sacrifice for meaningless titles that really, honestly, do nothing. They will not help you at all. A couple years ago, the hubby was named the I can't remember his title. Anyway, one of the local TV stations basically picked him as it was something expert. It was, but anyway, whenever they had a food or wine question, they went and interviewed him. He was the guy that they picked.
Oh, fun.
Sweet.
It didn't affect sales. It didn't affect business. We just went on like we went on, but people treated him differently.
Mm-hmm.
Because now he has this new prestige thing. He's that dude on TV that talks about food and wine. It materially did not make our lives better. You know what I'm saying? I know people that would fight and die for a position like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If I could just be that dude on TV that people see as authoritative. Sure, fine. If it's where you get your jollies, but it's not going. It literally made us no money. Our sales did not change because he's suddenly on TV being interviewed in our restaurant with a nice establishing shot of the restaurant. and them telling people where we are. Like, that's not, nobody cares that much. You know, the only people that care that much are, well, the people that are obsessed with having the title. Real people don't, you know?
Mhm.
This is cute.
Looking snazzy.
That's just getting exciting.
Doesn't this look cute?
I loves it.
Okay.
Loves it.
I like it. Yeah. Okay. I was trying something decorative with the stitching here, and I like it. It's pretty.
It is.
Yeah. So I just wanted to check that first before I went and did the other side. Hoping it fits. You know, you always worry if you don't have the person around to make sure it fits. You always worry.
Oh, Eva, I love that. No
What?
one knows my name, but my empire still exists. But I mean, but that's the thing, though. Like, and yeah, KDP has just wrecked the industry. Like, I feel sorry for the big trad pub houses that are putting so much money in, and then see, like, I don't like really feel sorry for them, but like when you see this little indie come out of nowhere and take first in over their book that, you know, they spent millions to promote that nobody likes because it got bad reviews because they thought it was going to be the next Hunger Games because they're still on that bandwagon for God knows what reason.
Yep.
I'm just so enamored with watching you doing the sewing.
Yeah? Well, that was why I thought it would be fun to stream it, honestly. I was like, you know, the truth is, I obviously enjoy watching me do it, so maybe other people would too. That was the theory. I find it very calming and relaxing.
Yeah, me too.
And, you know, I was like, well, maybe other people might find it calming and relaxing too. Oh, Tom has come in again to adjust my lighting. Thank you. Everybody, get yourself a technical producer.
If I had the money, like, for goodness sakes, if I like showed my laptop to my brother, it would be like that scene at the beginning of 2001 when the obelisk appears in the cavemen. Like, not
Hey, Tom,
good.
come here and bring me your hand. I mean, I was like, I do have Tom. Come.
Why do you need my?
Because maybe it's like close to Charlie's size hand. No, other side.
Charlie and the Giant Mittens.
Oh, Charlie, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to check. Yeah, I'm like looking for my measuring tape. I am pretty sure Tom's meat hands are still bigger than yours.
Yeah, it's like I thought my hands were big as all the people we talk to.
We're not getting into that.
No, just all the people we chat with, like.
And I mean, I'm glad I don't have my dad's hands. Like, just to give you an idea, my dad's wedding ring is size 23.
Okay, y'all have
Oh
almost
my
identical hands. Okay, so come here.
Good Lord, that's a big.
Stop! Be nice. Be nice.
Her dad's fingers is huge. 23.
Yes. When my niece was born, he took his wedding ring off and put it on her wrist as a bracelet.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
He's 23. Like, yeah, I know how big that is. Like, that is huge.
Yeah. My dad has giant hands.
I think my thumb maybe is like a 13 or a 14.
I have no idea what size my fingers are. I don't wear rings.
I'm just saying, just imagine a baby bracelet. That's my dad's ring finger. Like,
I feel like this is a weird Deadpool story that was cut.
Where did I put all those thingies? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah.
oh, Joel says, can tech producer Tom fix my internet?
Aw.
Actually, I mean, he may be able to help you. Truthfully, like
What's going on?
Jules is having problems with her internet. They've already this. I think is it AT&T. Somebody's already come out once, but not been great. But first, you have to help me. Okay, we're looking for the little crochet safety pins.
Yeah.
Why can't I? Oh, ADHD strikes.
And yes, Eva, that's an actual ring size.
Be careful, the moon pies. Thank you, Tom. Just you can hand me the box. Thank you. Thank you, sir. And then I need your hand again.
My brother Tony got my dad's giant hands.
Anybody want another flower?
I did not.
Ooh, that's pretty.
I feel like Tony missed out on being, in movies as a goon.
My dad wanted to be a baseball player so bad, and when he failed out with my brother, he thought he had the perfect one in me, and I hate all forms of sports ball. Oh, well, with the exception of basketball. Before I hurt my knees, I loved to play basketball, but that was probably because I was like 6 foot tall and could cheat. Hey, when you're 6 foot tall in the 5th grade, like you dominate.
I'm like, every time I think about the growing pains. Oh.
I just learned how to trash talk.
I screamed and howled like you have no idea.
Only imagine. Okay.
Like when I met people that thought that growing pains were figurative, I was just like, what? Everyone doesn't like go through like excruciating pain for like 5 years as they're getting older? Like,
Nope.
It's not a thing?
Kids' joints don't normally creak.
Okay.
Yeah, that one was
All right, thank you all. Our little interruption. Okay. Okay. Well,
goodness,
I'm very lucky because this is not exactly where I would have originally put the little marks. A little bit further down than I would have.
Yeah, 6'4" in 7th grade. Yeah. I topped out at 6'1", but yeah. That's actually how tall my brother's 6'4". I think he may have shrunk a little bit since the cancers. But
yeah, like that's actually what you want for your goon. I mean, let alone with that ring finger size, like that's how you intimidate someone.
oh yeah, my dad is like the king of intimidation. Like
Be careful.
people didn't mess with us. Like the first time in my life I ever saw my dad like truly angry, we were living in Texas and a Klan recruiter came to the house because it's Texas and the Klan goes, oh, new white people want to join?
Yep.
Texas. And my father got so like aggressively angry. That man thought he was going to get snapped in half. Like it was great. I've never seen a grown man run in terror that fast in my life.
See, this is where I was originally going to put the little mark.
Ooh,
and so,
yeah.
yeah, that's what's like, hey, Tom, let me measure your hand. Oh. Yay.
Yeah, have you ever mentioned great grannies?
Ooh, why is the... What's going on with the... Hey, babe, what you doing? Oh, did the battery die? Oopsie.
It might have because stream. I don't know if it's just StreamYard or if it's streaming in general, but it eats batteries often faster than they can recharge. Because for anybody who remembers like my early streams, I actually used my phone for the camera.
Joel says, so now I have to wait for the maintenance hub to check the lines and segments one by one between the source of the area server and the house, but they don't have a specific timeline for that. My goodness, that is a lot to have to go through to get internet.
That's insane.
Hey, y'all.
Hello.
You're back.
Everybody okay?
Yes.
I don't know. I feel like something punched me in the face, but I usually feel like that, so it's fine.
Oh, awkward. Okay. um, two things happened at once. Our whole Wi-Fi went out for a moment,
Oh wow.
and my phone battery died. So I'll give it a few minutes because I've got a fast charger. But yeah, it was like it happened at once, and it was like, whoa, what's happening? So sorry. What a miss.
Oh, I was just saying about Jules, all that she has to go through to get her internet. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, Tom, do you see what Jules is saying about her internet?
Where?
Right above.
Below.
YouTube. Remember, this stream is going out in 3 different places. So
Well, Tom
YouTube.
actually has access to StreamYard. That's why he's the one
Okay.
actually clicking the everyone's comments so they show up when I get lost in my world for a moment. So Tom's the one he's doing that. It's not the ghost.
Can it be the ghost?
Hey, Jules, are you on fiber or copper?
Jules, do you know if you're on fiber or copper? Wow, that's a big baby.
Wow. Yeah.
That's a big one. Yes, it's contagious. The gremlins are hungry, y'all. Save your work. But we're all back. It's all going to be okay. Everyone's back in good hands. Yeah, you didn't start out that big. I was 7 pounds, 15.5 ounces when I was born.
I don't know how big I was when I was born.
7 and 7.
I just know I was born around lunchtime because my mom had planned me so she could have me around lunchtime. So
It's not to ruin breakfast or dinner. What?
yeah, I don't know.
Oh, trust me, I know all the facts of my birth because every time I was bad as a child, I heard the epic grand tale of my birth
Yes,
from
same.
start to finish. And I asked around because I thought parts of it had to be fake. Unfortunately, no. It was the first blizzard. It was the first snow of the year. The snow was so high they couldn't get the door open. So my father had to go out of the window and go around the house and actually shovel out the snow away from the door so he could get mom to the car.
Wow.
And so it begins. Oh no, there's like a twist in the middle where my dad died for like 8 minutes, like as my mom's giving birth. And so like he's in the hospital downstairs where they're trying to resuscitate him while she's up stairs trying to give birth, but the doctor couldn't get in because he was snowed in, so they refused to induce labor even though her water broke and the air conditioner was on in the middle of a snowstorm, and they put heat lamps around her hoo-ha so I would be warm, and like didn't even give her a blanket.
Oh no.
So oh, trust me, I have heard this story so many times. Like the epic of my birth is seared into my memory. Like everything that could go wrong in a childhood, in a childhood, I'll just stick with that. Did.
My father saved my birth story in that he was worse in my birth than I was. So I was a day late. So I broke my grandmother's heart since I was supposed to be born on her birthday, whatever. Anyway, but like when mom went into labor, Dad said, you know what? This may be my last chance to go get a Coke, and literally left mom in the hospital to go downstairs to the cafeteria to get himself a Coke, and then came up. And so he saved me from like by comparison, I was not the worst in this story. Dad was. So thanks, Dad.
See, according to my dad's why I have all of my issues, because after they had like resuscitated him, they wheeled him up in the wheelchair and they handed me to him, and he pulled his robe open so that his man titty was exposed. It was like, so how do I do this again? And she's just like, he pressed you up against his man teeth. That's why you're gay. That's why you're gay. I knew it would be bad if I didn't stop him right away, and I didn't stop it soon enough. Yes. My face touched a man chesticle.
At such a tender age, you didn't know any better. You were like, yeah, I like him hairy. Fun fact. My mini dachshund she loved being around women. Like, she very much enjoyed all women's cleavages. Whatever. However, I think she felt sorry for women being so hairless, because anytime she saw a naked male chest, she would lunge for that nipple. Yes, she was weaned too soon. Don't wean your dachshunds too soon. I'm just throwing that out there. But like, yeah, my now ex-husband, like, she went several times, teeth and all, and he was like, "Oh!" I so good about that, y'all.
I could have put a dog that affects male presenting nipples. That would be great.
I mean, as well as, honestly, she went for Tom a couple times, and I'm like, no, stop it, Cassie. But, like, if she saw me without a top on, she just look at me with pity, like, oh, you poor sick thing.
You poor hairless monster. Why?
Right. Yes. She never once lunged for my chest. But any man without a shirt, she was trying to get up there and see if there was a little bit of treat going on. Don't wean your puppies too soon, is what I'm saying.
That made my day.
She was a rescue dog. I would have, like, let her stay with her mom for a couple more weeks.
Oh, that's just too good. Uh-oh, I hear a door.
Ooh, a door.
Somebody's home.
By the way, Charlie, you're going to need to send me your address soon so I can mail you these babies.
Oh, yeah. I do need to do that, don't I?
Megan, I was thinking that maybe I could send you some local snack treats.
Ooh.
It's your birthday, and, you know, also, why not? And also, didn't you win something in December? Come on, honey.
Yeah. Sure.
I mean, unless you want me to crochet you something instead, but I'm like, hey, didn't you say there were several things you'd never had before? Why not?
A lot of things, yeah.
Right. So we could send you a snack box.
Okay.
I thought it would be fun. You know, you can at least try some things.
We, boyfriend and I have gotten the Yum boxes, which is our treats from around the world. So this will be like a American version.
Yes. Oh, I'll have to see if anybody is selling the Mississippi made cheese straws. Those are so addictively good.
Ooh, cheese straws.
Yes, they are nothing like they sound. They have nothing to do. Well, they have a lot of cheese, but they're like what Cheez-Its always hoped they would be, but never could attain.
They are.
They're awesome. Aw, thank you, Eva. That's sweet. But yeah, like, I would love to send you some, like, all sorts of local delicacies.
I love that.
Yes. So if, like, on Discord or something, if you could send me, you know, private message me your address, or Instagram or wherever.
Yeah.
I have honestly been meaning to ask you for a couple of weeks, because it was like, she did say she's never had some of these treats, and it would be so awesome to share. If you do have any food allergies, though, please let me know as well. So I can
no food allergies. So
oh, thank goodness. You just don't know what a relief. I mean, it's no problem dealing with it, but it's like, oh, if there's no food allergies, we could send you anything.
Yeah.
So you could try it all. It would be awesome.
Yeah, that would be fun.
That's cool.
I love it.
Yes. Oh, this is going to be fun. Also, like, I think Stephanie may or may not also want to send you something as a gift, because she actually asked me for your address, and I'm like, oh, I don't have it. I was meaning to ask you. So,
I'll have to message her or something.
yeah, because she had said something about you having a list of books that you wanted to get, and she wanted to, like, help.
Oh,
that, you know,
that's sweet.
Yeah, so she was asking me, and I'm like, I meant to ask too. To be honest. So, you know, I love
Yeah.
our community.
Yes.
It's so sweet. Yes, very much. so.
Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the hubby is explaining to me how the poor unfortunate us have several filet mignon that have come home that we have to
Ooh.
eat because they
What
weren't
would you
eaten
do?
on Valentine's Day. Oh, and some duck breast.
Oh no! How
Oh,
no.
shit.
We have
survive?
duck,
Poor thing.
and they're fillets that were prepped to be beef Wellingtons. They're
Ooh.
so they've already been covered and everything. They just don't have the puff pastry around them.
Sounds really good to me.
Oh, poor us. Yeah. I'm mad at you. I'm terribly angry.
It's terribly. And there's
He's telling me this like I'm gonna like blow up and be mad.
some horrible me. There's spanakopita filling also,
Oh, and there's spanakopita fill. Oh,
Ooh.
which could probably be turned into a dip. And just heat it up and turn it
that would
into
be a delicious dip.
That would be an amazing dip.
Because spanakopita is basically dip stuffed in a chip.
Spinach dip.
Yeah. Oh, I love spanakopita. Oh, I love
Yeah.
the flaky in it. Mm.
Uh-huh. See, the thing I hate about the Midwest is that the Greeks did not make it this far, because I spent most of my youth on the Eastern Seaboard, where I was surrounded by Greek diners.
Yeah, I was actually just telling Eva earlier today about in Mississippi.
Oh.
Come on, baby. We have so many towns that are ancient Mediterranean, you know, Carthage. I mean, like, really, you could do the whole Iliad and the Odyssey almost. And it's because in the early 1900s, we had a whole bunch of Greek and Lebanese / Syrian, because like Lebanon was part of Syria back then. We had a whole bunch of immigrant families. And so we have like this fantastic, in Mississippi, we have this fantastic Mediterranean restaurant culture.
Ooh.
Like, so from a very small child, I grew up eating gyros. Or let me pronounce it.
Oh, yeah.
Would you like gyros? I would like a gyros. And then I found out later that those are gyro. Like, no. The gyro is a device. Gyro is a food. And that is how it was explained to me when I was a little girl.
What is that?
Okay.
I am assured this is a bag of sugar.
Well, you never
Does
know.
that look like a bag of sugar?
I just said I picked up the brick.
Yeah, he just said I picked up a brick and brought it home, but I'm just
I
like,
had it folded like so that it looked more appropriate. Like I got the brick. It's sugar.
yeah, okay.
So you can see up here.
Now we are back.
You wonder why I say you have a slappable face.
How do you
I can imagine. You hear those wanton giggles.
Like, this is the secret to a long marriage. Find somebody who has that giggle and then tell them that they can never leave.
Yeah, find someone who like you know how to always make those giggles happen.
So, and which is not nearly as good as the palmini filling, but I outdid myself on that. It's gone, and I'll never do another one because dang it, that was insane.
Like, I think I can hear a gas stove. Hear that?
Oh no, that's the dog.
It's the dog.
Oh, okay.
Scratching it in her collar.
I was like, because that sounds like the gas stove is starting up.
Did you need to come back over here and continue your not so humble bragging?
Yeah. I did a successful post and got a response. Even if it was a "What the hell is that, Brian?"
Oh, what did you do?
You remember Sealy?
Yes.
Yeah, I used Sealy in the movie opening today post. What the hell's this thing? Chef Sealy. Keep them no further answer. JP approved very much. Because
Ach, Mandy, du hast einen Vogel am Kopf.
yeah.
Sehr viel Vogel. Mit den Scheiße und dem Meer.
what's going on?
I guess I'm drag a little bit. That was the backstory.
Eh,
I'm not good at this. Okay.
your screen's way too bright. It's like completely bleached out. Trying to brag for you, but your screen's like way too bright.
Yeah, turn down that brightness. You don't want wrinkles on the back of your eyeballs. Real problem.
I can't help you with that.
Please, baby, blue light filter.
Maybe that's right, but they changed my brightness.
Yeah, hold
Sorry,
it up to the-
down makes my nose run,
Oh.
y'all. It's like,
I forgot about Chef Sealy.
okay.
That's still
One more time.
that's still really blown out. But
Is that a
I
little?
just see two eyeballs in
yeah,
the
let me try to run the camera and see if that's any better. There we go.
Oh
There we
wow,
go.
yeah. Oh,
Aw.
Chef Sealy.
that's so cute.
Chef's daughter's favorite little seal toy.
Aw.
She left it in the car one day, so we brought it in and we took it on a wild tour and of the wine rack and took various pictures of it in various places. And then we made a little taupe and took a picture of that picture as a chef. And was going to be cooking with us tonight.
That's awesome.
And she would,
Okay, now I need to just weave this baby in.
I just love the fact they need to call me out on that one too. Brian, what the hell was that?
Yeah, we need to get some cameras set up so that we can do a cooking in the kitchen with Brian.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd love to see
Yeah, that
It's gonna be like a touch. It's gonna be like some weird cross show between like professional chef TV shows you can already watch and the UHF guy, the carpenter guy.
let's be honest, it's going to be like watching Joshua Weissman. You're going to start calling yourself Big Papa, and it's just going to be embarrassing.
No, because there's gonna be a moment where it'll be like something will just explode everywhere, and I'll be like, "Go me this thunder fingers."
Like I said, it's going to be like watching Joshua Weissman. And you're going to start calling yourself Big Papa, and it's going to be embarrassing for all of us. By the way, if you don't watch his food channel, it's really good. I like it, but since he started calling himself Papa, it's kind of like cringy.
It's gone too far. Yeah. I was like, oh, yeah.
Because I'm like, honey, you're way too hairy to be my Papa.
What should he call himself? Bear Daddy?
He's kind of young enough. He could still be an otter.
Oh, goodness. Okay. All right. One more. All right. Just need to in, and this one will be done.
That is so exciting.
Yep.
So Jules says wrinkles on the back of your eyeballs. That's a new phrase I haven't heard.
Oh, have you never heard that? That is real. That's not me just being silly.
I've never heard that.
What is it? I'm trying to think of the actual medical phrase. There's an actual medical what of. Tom, do you remember? Because our mom had it. That's why I remember it. But you remember the wrinkles in the back of the eyeball? Do you remember the actual official scientific name? Yeah, like why can I not remember it? I too, Megan. Words are not me today. Yeah, it leads to detached retinas, but blue light accelerates this effect. So, like I have Ehlers-Danlos, so I am more prone to this. But everyone is sensitive to this. All human beings are sensitive to the effects of blue light, which cause essentially premature aging on the back of your eyeballs. And one of the effects of this is like, have you ever been out at night, like in a car, and the oncoming headlights, maybe somebody says, oh, they're too bright for me, I can't see, like as if they're refracting too much.
Yeah.
Okay, imagine that 10 or 100 times worse. And that is the effect you get with wrinkled eyeballs. Like it really can cause first a form of night blindness, and eventually it's a problem during the day as well. Yeah, that was it. Macular pucker or macular degeneration is the wrinkly eyeball problem. And it's just and so that's why ophthalmologists and optometrists are really encouraging everyone to put blue light filters on their phones and even reduce the blue on their televisions if possible, and their computers, or wear the blue light filter glasses that you can get like off Amazon for $5 to reduce the exposure of blue light, because people are now looking at screens so much. And so ophthalmologists are seeing people who are in their 20s with eyeballs that are about 70 to 80 years old and aging.
Oh, wow.
So when I say premature aging, like it's not just people with Ehlers-Danlos, it's everyone, it's general population.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, so I have an Android and I use an app called Twilight, and it essentially puts a blue light filter where it filters out, it's more red. And you really don't notice it after a moment. And like Twilight allows you to set it for like, you only have it go reduce the blue light after sunset, after your natural sunset where you live. But I always have it on because blue light.
Yeah.
But like I even have my TV that I reduce the blue settings on my TV, so I'm not getting as much of the blue light even from that, and it does help. Because also blue light can disrupt your body's natural circadian rhythm, so it's also been proven to cause insomnia and other sleep disturbances.
Well, I knew that part about the blue light because I try not to expose myself to blue light before I go to bed, so I can sleep well.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, they found that it's actually causing premature aging, not just on people's eyeballs, also their skin too. But like, I mean, honestly, I'm not as worried about wrinkles on my face as I'm worried about wrinkles on my eyeballs, because that's like, I need to be able to read.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like
eyeballs for as long as they can handle it.
Exactly. Now there is some medical procedures using laser surgery that like were helpful for our mom, but they're only temporary in that the effects only last 10 to 20 years before the eyeballs wrinkle up again, and you only have so many layers to remove. So it's definitely one of those of do what you can when you can.
Maggie's going to bed.
Okay, good night, sweetie. I hope you sleep well.
Good night, Maggie.
Yeah, ruff ruff. Oh, that's really interesting. I did not know that, Casey. Yeah, that's really interesting. That's cool. I had no idea they even had a machine for that, let alone it was widely available. Yeah, like I've got a blue filter on my laptop, and I always keep one on my phone. And like that's actually the real reason on this little lamp, I always turn it from the bluish light. This one, you can see, to the more golden. Well, this is neutral, and then this is a more golden one.
Oh, okay.
And so I'm exposed. See, that's the bluish, neutral, golden, or amber. Is trying to like, because I already have sleep problems, so I don't need to.
What is sleep?
It has taken me so long to get my sleep to where it's good. It has taken me years of like fiddling with everything just to get it down perfect.
Yes.
It's amazing all the things that affect your sleep.
Oh yeah. Going back to a previous conversation with I think one or possibly two people who mentioned like their kids are giants.
Oh yes. The giant baby conversation. We have just talked about all sorts of things.
If they stay the biggest kid till they hit puberty and all of a sudden they stop growing, there's a very specific disorder you may want to check them for in their family. And it mostly involves a lot of adrenaline issues, so doctors don't have an easy time tracking it. But like that was our mom. she was the tallest kid till she was 10, and then she didn't grow another inch.
Mhm.
So she never reached 5 foot, but she was the tallest kid all through elementary.
Let's be honest. We learned she lied about her height. She was 4'9" at her tallest. She did not look that tall. When she died, she was 4'6". Turned out she had been fibbing about her height for years. She used to say she was 4'11".
Yeah, yet another one we're familiar with in our family.
That's short.
Oh yeah,
It was technically required to have a booster seat.
yeah. Mississippi state law.
Oh wow.
If you are 4'6" or shorter, you're required by law to have a booster seat when you're driving, or
Wow.
actually even when you're sitting in the front seat at all. And we used to like, why don't you get a booster seat, Mom? And she's like, nope, no, I don't have to. And then finally one day she got stopped by a highway patrol that saw a hat driving a car.
No,
She was,
really.
she was wearing a straw hat, and it was like touching the top of the steering wheel.
She looked through the steering wheel.
And
at
she
the
was
street.
looking through the steering wheel to drive, and the highway patrol stopped her and was like, ma'am, where's your booster seat? Do you know that by law you are required? She's like, oh, my kids may have mentioned that. So he gave her one. He had one in the trunk.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was actually really nice. But yeah, he's like, don't let me catch you again without this. So that was the only way that finally she started taking the booster seat. He's like, I'm not wearing a booster seat. I'm not a kid. I'm like, you're little as a kid.
I don't want to grow up. I'm a Toys R Us kid. There's a million toys at Toys R Us that I can play with. From planes to trains to video games. Like, that doesn't even rhyme, Jeffrey. What are you doing? Oh, I didn't. I don't think I said anything on the stream. I thought I was following Garrett's Twitch stream, and I went over there because I was like mad that he wasn't streaming, and I wanted to watch a stream. So I wanted a streamer on, and then I was like, "Oh, I'm not following," and I followed, and I was the 666th follower for his Twitch stream. He gave me a free buck.
Oh,
Ooh.
Nice.
it's like that
Nice.
crazy lady at checkout the other day.
I am the devil.
Yeah, I was in a hurry and I was buying just a few items for the wine rack, and I was about to tell her the checkout person was being very irritable with me, and I was about to tell her the tax exempt, and then I saw the total came up to $6.66, and she got all nervous, and I just grinned and went, "Nah, I'll pay the taxes." Actually, I went, "Nah, I'll pay the taxes."
Are you scaring the Christians
Yeah,
again?
and I dropped the voice and everything. I was like, I got a deeper voice. I was like, I'll pay the taxes, thank you.
What have I?
We'll put it on the card.
Haven't I trained you how to do this? You're supposed
Yeah,
to be.
I know. I can't even do the full medicine.
You have to do the full. Ah, that's appropriate. I'll pay the taxes
I like the gravel.
Growling
Gravel makes people laugh. It doesn't work.
It's because you're so cute.
Yeah.
You gotta get your growl on.
I'll just be the cute sips of butterfly.
Ah, the Dark Lord is signaling me. This is appropriate.
What I've been practicing. I'm going to supply vocals for some of the tracks. Have a cursed day.
Yeah. Cool, Sabrina or something.
False chords are fun. I highly recommend it. If anybody's never
Yeah.
played around with doing false chords, they're amazing.
Yeah.
They're so much fun, and it's really easy to teach yourself how to do them. And it will make you feel silly, but you literally bark like a dog and then sustain it.
Oh, wait, are you saying like bark, bark?
No, like,
No.
oh, oh.
Arr, arr, like that?
Yeah, because it activates the auxiliary flaps in your throat. and that's how you get to start feeling them to learn how to use them.
Honestly, it's like, well, that feels like gargling, like gargling with air.
Yeah, you're not supposed to practice by gargling because you can actually cause them to bleed.
Ooh.
Yeah, you can really mess up your throat if you're doing false chords wrong. So the two easiest ways to learn is to either to do the bark or to do the cough, where you make yourself cough, because that's technically what those vocal flaps are there for, is to clear the throat.
Mhm.
But once you start feeling them, you can actually just turn them on.
Using them, you can then talk.
Oh, who knew that this was? I didn't know there was a name for the way I flirt.
Yeah, false chords.
There's no stress.
Don't at me.
All the time. And it's fun, and it scares the normies, because they really don't know what to do when somebody my size looks at them and goes, "Hello, how are you doing today?"
I mean, Charlie, why are you flirting at me?
It's wonderful.
Or I can go, no, I'm not a robot. You keep saying I'm a robot.
I am not a robot. We are not robots. Actually, I've been doing it so much I can't really do the robot right now.
The parameters I'm programmed.
False chords are fun. Everybody should play with them.
Yeah. Carrie said, I used to work grocery retail, and one time someone's total came to $6.66. She scrambled to grab a candy bar to add onto her order. I've seen that. I've seen that at the stores where people are like, "Oh, let me add something." And I'm like, "Yes, add something more. Buy more from me." I can't remember what it was. It used to be like, it was like if you would get 2 new movies and a candy bar or something at the video store, it would come out for a little while. It came out to $6.66. And we used to love it every time because it meant that person was like, "Oh, let me just rent something now extra." I'm like, "Yeah, okay."
I used to work at a costume shop, and we had like a bunch of like really crappy costumes, but we had a few like really high end, like really good costumes. And we had this really cool devil one that if you bought all the parts to it, they engineered it so that the total came up to $666, even with tax.
Nice.
It was fun. Like I sold 2 of those, and just the looks on people's faces, like you could tell what kind of a person they were, whether they were shocked or pleased when they saw the total, because they knew it was going to be hundreds of dollars. Like each part's like over $100, but when they saw the 666, like some people smiled, and you're like, "You're my people."
Tom, do I want to know what you're doing in there?
I do.
Do I want to know what you're doing?
I don't know, but it might involve a sous vide chicken.
What'd you say?
You're never going to get that image out of your head.
Okay.
Sorry, the hubby almost fell out of his seat when I said that.
Super chicken. And then my follow-up thought was, oh, I don't have a whole chicken.
Okay, so the new episode of ATK is out today, and I yes,
What did they do?
I need the food.
What did they do?
I show it to you.
Okay.
I need the food. I need it. Like one was a brown rice bowl with a harissa mint side. Yeah. Oh, so good. I want all of it.
So Tom I could tell he said, looking at the hot water heater to make sure that it's not a problem. Because our pipes are still frozen.
Still?
Ooh.
I'm sorry. I have faith in Tom that he like rigged some kind of weird heating system together. Like, this is the guy who's like has you streaming to 2 Twitch channels, a YouTube channel, while being on screen twice on your phone and your regular camera. I mean, if he can't MacGyver something together to thaw your pipes out.
I'll have you know, a bunch of this was my idea, but Tom is the one who owns it, okay? I am equally genius in this sibling relationship.
Brian wants to know if you're just lacking a pine cone to make this work. You've got the duct tape, two paper clips, you're just missing the pine cone.
I mean, we could go outside. We literally live in a place called the Piney Woods region.
We're so close to having a nuclear reactor.
We actually have pine cones large enough to harvest pine nuts from.
Wow.
Yeah.
Pinoli.
I mean, they are small. They're not like the nice big Italian ones, but we can eat. Be careful. You remember what happened last time you messed with the hot water heater?
Sous vide chicken.
We do have our own sous vide, you know.
I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure that's how somebody like developed sous vide.
Yeah.
There was some kind of a mishap with a boiler or a hot water tank.
Finally figured out what that unmarked circuit breaker is.
Oh, you found out what is the unmarked circuit breaker, Tom?
That's water heater.
Oh, so have you marked it? Because I'm tired of wondering.
Yeah, that's the
Because
one
it
next to
didn't
the
flip,
dryer.
did it? No, it didn't flip.
No.
Oh, thank God. It's like
But
I thought I
since-
heard
but
it
since I know
earlier.
but since I know it's now empty,
Oh, you turned it off?
yeah,
Oh, thank
just
goodness.
in case.
Because I heard it on earlier. I didn't. It's empty. I didn't run the hot water.
I turned it on for a little bit with the toilet before I realized it wasn't.
I love you so hard sometimes. Okay. They're in shock that our pipes are still frozen. That are we just missing like pine cone to MacGyver the pipes working again?
I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure I saw him make a nuclear reactor with 2 paper clips and duct tape and a pine cone.
That's maybe what you can do with some resin.
I know.
But I'm just saying, y'all do some like magical things. Like
So,
you invented pride roses. You invented pride roses, for goodness sakes. How did those not
Does anyone
exist
need any?
before?
Because I would love to make. You know what, guys? I love making these flowers. So if you want one, let me know.
Yes, I will take all the pride roses you want to make me.
Pride roses? What?
Oh yeah, like I guess. Sorry, Megan. I thought like we had gone over that when you were.
so Charlie, there's this movie called Wilder Napalm, the early '90s, that is special about 2 brothers who can start fire with their mom.
Oh yeah, those. I've seen those.
But like I can make it for any flag, any pride flag.
Oh.
Because it buttons on. I can make the kind that I'm literally trying to make sure my button works. So it buttons on, or I also have brooch backs and hair clip backs that I can make instead. Just hold it onto the back.
Clever.
I
But
kind of want a garland, like
yes. Or, I can make smaller versions and put them like on a hairband or something, whatever, And that's what it's like. If anybody wants any, I really like making these flowers. It's very therapeutic for me. So it's like, if you have like a pride flag that, in particular, like I can go through my hundreds of skeins of yarn. And so that's what it's like. Yeah. Yeah. I just designed it,
Like I've been to so many pride events in my life, and I can't believe I've never seen that before. Like I've seen pride everythings.
I just assumed, that like other people had already done it before. Honestly, it never occurred to me that people hadn't already. I didn't know. Tom isn't even real. Yeah. Okay, so that's actually a conversation Tom and I have been having now for like, 12, 13, 20 years. There's this book called The Holographic Universe. And I got a copy of it at the library when I was a teenager, and it frankly changed our conversations forever. Anyway, so one of the conversations that we've been having for 25 years is one of us an imaginary construct of the other's mind? Is this not a real universe? Is this merely a holodeck? And so one of the things that we do say to each other for once in a while is, why are you blaming me? I'm the imaginary sibling. So, and this is like one of our little running jokey jokes. So, because we do throw that at each other sometimes of like, excuse me, this is not my fault. This is part of your imaginary universe. It's not mine. And yeah, so sometimes he does claim to not be real and that I'm the only real person here. This is merely a universe of my construct.
And Casey, to answer your question, yes, I love Stargate SG-1. And I actually took part. I instigated a panel at a convention where we literally put together a murder board because the creators insisted that there was a queer character on the show. And we put together a murder board to find out which one was the gay one.
Nice.
Because they never come out in the entire run of the show. So we literally like went through all the characters in the show and we figured it out. It's Walter. Walter is the only person that's not shown in a cis heteronormative relationship in the entire series. It's Walter. Walter's the gay one.
And also, like, I can make these hairbands.
Ooh.
Or belts.
So much love.
So that's what I wore yesterday on the show. And I can make it like in any colors you want, like pride colors or just your favorite colors, honestly.
I have to say, the headbands that you make that are basically berets with like the top open that you just shove your hair through, I would love one of those in an MB flag. I'm just saying. I might wear that on like every stream because then I don't have to put my hair up.
Oh, yeah, no, good point. Yeah. Well, instead of like, think about what you want so that when I'm like, I need a new project, y'all, what am I making next?
Oh, honey, I can keep you busy.
I love small projects like this and the fingerless gloves. The fingerless gloves only take, like, I don't know, usually not more than 3 or 4 hours to make a set, including, weaving and everything. And I think this, because like I have a bigger head, so it's slightly longer than most people need, but whatever, I have a big head. It takes me about 2 hours. So I like these shorter projects versus there are some people who are like, oh, I don't want to start a project. It's not going to take me at least a month of, doing 48 hours a day. And I'm like, no, my ADHD cannot handle that level.
No.
I don't want a part-time job. No, I don't want 4 hours a day, 4 to 8 hours a day for a month. Oh, that sounds like punishment to me.
This is why I started working on novellas, for God's sakes. My ADHD does not want me doing a freaking novel. But I can do a novel. I just break it up into parts.
So, like these little short projects, the flowers, same thing. The bigger, the 4-color flower or the 4-layer flower. I don't think that took more than 2, maybe 3 hours, absolute tops, including like sewing a brooch back or something on it. Yeah, like I love these shorter projects because I feel like I've accomplished something, and also, I could see it happening in near real time, if you will. So I find it very satisfying, and it really kind of helps me keep moving forward, because it's like, all right, I may not have accomplished much this week, but at least I made this thing, and it feels like a big check mark rather than like brushing my teeth is like a tiny check mark, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So I love doing these smaller projects, and I have a ton of colors and the stuff. Although grays are fun too.
I find that gray is an underestimated color, or absence of color, whatever you want to call it. Gradation.
Well, I mean, like custom orders, like, oh, Glory, can you make me this weird thing with this weird stitch? Oh, please, God, no. But like an order that I've designed the thing, and it's just here, these are the colors I'd like. That's.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, the cats just did. Okay, you remember when Vegeta and Goku fought in, like, what was that, season 1 of Dragon Ball Z? My cats just did that to each other. Like, they just, like, on opposite sides of the hallway, ran full speed at each other, leapt into the air, impacted and spun around at least 3 times before they impacted the ground.
Wow.
That was
So acrobatic. Acrobats right there.
So many, it's pretty spectacular.
that was just amazing. Oh, they've been fighting over this hall all day.
The hall?
Yes. Whoever has possession of the hall controls the world or something. I don't know.
Wow.
Gladiators.
Jinx was down there earlier, just sitting there, and anytime one of the other cats tried to go down the hall, she just went.
This is my land.
It's like this is the chosen where the chosen cats live. Like apparently, if you need to get to the heavy side layer, it's down at the end of that hall.
Well, like I don't offer to do custom stuff that I'm not willing to do. And honestly, like it's just more like people will send a picture of something. Oh, can you do this? And I'm like, sure, I'll figure out a bunch of patterns. People will actually tell you how long the pattern will take to make. Or honestly, I can kind of figure it out based on how many skeins of yarn it needs. Like I know approximately how quickly I can crochet a skein, for instance. But when I give them the actual cost estimate of how much it'll take with me just making $15 an hour, which I consider a living wage, suddenly ghosted. Or they're like, oh, well, I could buy it at Walmart for like a third of that. And I'm like, well, then please go do. That's fine. I'm like, I'm making it by hand. Yeah, like this takes time and effort and knowledge.
Mm-hmm. And skill.
Yes. It takes quite a bit of skill. There's, I think, currently like several hundred kinds of crochet stitches out there. Thankfully, YouTube actually has a lot of videos on how to do it.
YouTube is how I learned how to knit. Just watching people's hands in slow motion.
Yep, that's what I did for the crochet stitches. But mostly I like doing custom orders for people I know because I love them, and it is a way to say, here you have something. Every time you wear it, you know you are loved, no matter how dark the day gets. You can put that on and know, hello, have you seen my symbol of love? Yes, you have, so. Ear muffies.
I had a pair of earmuffs, but now it doesn't get cold enough out here for me to wear them, so I have no use for them.
Exactly.
I used to live in the cold.
Where did you used to live?
Flagstaff, which is in Arizona.
Yeah. It does snow up there from time to time.
Yes, quite a bit. It snows as much as New York does.
Yeah, Flagstaff used to get snowed in at least once a year, way back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Tom lived in Tucson longer than I did. I've only been to Mount Lemon once. Right? That's Mount Lemon?
Yep.
Okay.
I didn't even know there was a Mount Lemon.
There is a Mount Lemon, and believe me, I made every bad joke when I...
Resort in Tucson, Arizona has its address.
Yeah, there's a ski resort. The address is Tucson, Arizona, y'all.
And it's a real valid ski resort.
It's a real resort.
Where do they ski?
On Mount Lemon.
Oh.
Accumulates there.
Yeah, there's snow that accumulates in the winter. I mean, I went up in the summertime because the ski lift still works in the summer, and it's actually really nice up there. Like, it's green and lush, and it's it's pleasant.
Mhm.
Unlike the summertime down in Tucson in the valley, which that's punishment. But yeah, it was lovely up there. I just could not imagine moving there. But we have to be careful about Tucson because it claims so many people with like our father's name.
You were saying, I remember you saying that.
Yep. It claims so many Albert Finks every year. They are called to its siren song to come die there. I don't know why.
I kind of want to know. Like, I kind of want to start a paranormal investigation unit just to answer this one question. Why are the Albert Finks drawn here to die?
I mean, I do have some paranormal theories about like maybe something under the soil or I don't, but why Albert Finks more than any other name that I could find? Because like I did search a bunch of different, names and like literally just go through the obituaries in Tucson. And
That is oddly specific.
that's what I'm saying. Why? And it was like, I even looked up other Finks, like any Fink. And there wasn't really a pattern. Albert Fink was the only one that like, there was a pattern of frequent Albert Finks who died in Tucson, Arizona. And it was not, I did not find this pattern in Phoenix or Flagstaff. I did not find this pattern in Albuquerque or Santa Fe. Like it's just Albert Finks from all over the country are called to die in Tucson. I feel like it is my life's work to keep Tom away from Tucson from now on. Considering our father already died there.
I learned my hatred of fish tacos in Phoenix, Arizona.
The first time I ever heard about fish tacos, I thought it was a bad joke. Like about
Fish tacos. What?
How are you? Like when I hear somebody talking about, oh, don't you love fish tacos? And I'm like, that's a misogynistic joke. That's not cool, guys. Because
I know of a lesbian bar that was called the Pink.
And fishy.
The Pink Taco?
Yeah.
The one in LA?
Real.
Yeah.
Didn't they dye a burro pink?
I believe so.
I think so too.
Dang it, Cats. I'm going to turn the camera around so everybody can see your acrobatics.
I would really like to see
I would
like to see this.
Like, it's going to stop. Like I said it, and they're like already like off to their separate corners.
Okay, let me know. But yeah, like I've had fish tacos now here where I live here in Mississippi. They were surprisingly good. But still, I thought it was a bad, dirty joke.
I'm so convinced that they're just a bad joke.
I mean, what I've gathered from all my taco research for that nano romance I was working on is they'll put anything in a taco and call it a taco.
Pretty much.
Okay, the chef in the kitchen is trying to be like all logical about it and going through the etymology of the word taco. Just stop.
Is there any new info?
Hot dog's a taco.
Should I send?
The hot dog is not a taco.
Hot dog is a taco.
The
No,
hot
it's
dog is not a taco.
It's a full hand sandwich.
I do feel like a taco really needs to be in a flour or corn tortilla.
Yeah.
Like
It has to have the tortilla.
And if it's a homemade or handmade tortilla, even better.
If you're gonna,
Yes.
I'm not gonna repeat your arguments. You're gonna have to come in here and make them if you're gonna die on this hill.
You're gonna die on this hill. You have to do it on your own.
Yes. I've supported him through a lot of shite over the years. This is one thing. Like, no, you're on your own.
You hear that cackle in the background?
Americans messing everything up. They folded the hand sandwich, and instead of using tortilla, they used just giant loaves of bread. Which is why it's so wrong.
A hot dog is not a taco.
So I did find like they'll honestly put day old beef stew in a taco or a tortilla shell called a taco, though.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's actually kind of interesting.
All right, fine. If we're gonna have dumb arguments,
Oh, here. Oh, Ryan, come. Let's talk on camera. We'll fly on the hill together.
and I say this about the hot dog and the red taco. You ready? The taco is flatbread that's unleavened, and sandwich is leavened bread. There's the difference.
Okay, flour tortillas usually have leavening, so
Yeah, they're leavened with the hot air. Like they're
no,
not. Actually,
they have leavening in it. Like,
I know, but I mean, like, how do you put the? If you've got an eighth of an inch rise, does that count much for leaven?
it's still rise.
You remind me of a
It
boy
doesn't
from
count for
the
matzo, so it doesn't count, Glory.
Oh, why, Lord, why this conversation?
I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
Oh God!
What he said.
Charlie about to clip another.
Fan.
Oh, Charlie now has what Charlie's wanted this whole time: a Twitch clip option. For all the sound clips, this is where the industry started.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, if it doesn't count as rising for matzah, it doesn't count for.
By the way, Blinkerbell said bread bigotry is real. The pole is 30 feet tall.
You know what's the difference between my bigotry and bad bigotry?
Oh, go on and tell me how there's good bigotry.
I'll still eat all the above.
Okay.
I'll just argue about what's the English word for it.
Oh, Lord.
You know, I once had a Dom tell me that the only good form of bigotry was him, what he was about to do to me.
Oh, that's a wild ride there.
It was.
I don't want to say those words on camera.
She was amazing.
Daddy?
Does that form of bigotry start with an S?
Sigotry?
I'm going to buy a silver tip cat of nine tails if you keep this up. No, it is not a taco.
Big O pastry, big O tree, trying to find a good bigotry. Oh, Blinkerbell. She needs to get on here, even if she's in avatar mode. She needs to get her.
Yes.
on.
Yes.
Do it, do it.
Do it, do it, do it.
Peer pressure. Come join us on the screen.
Yes. Why do we have to combine hot dog to either taco or sandwich? Why can't a hot dog just be a hot dog? I agree. Hot dog. Hot dog could be like a European taco.
It's Americanized.
9.
I'm dying here. Trying to focus. I'm in the whole it ends, y'all.
9.
One night. One night.
Take me from German to Yiddish. You better stop. There's a fine line there.
What's that song? This is the beginning of the finish.
Oh yes, the beginnings of the finish of me. From
Phineas Rainbow.
Phineas Rainbow. It's the beginning. No belly stew.
I'm not going to say no to that. Okay, so the hubbies wanted to invent the spanakopita quesadilla.
No. You know what? I don't care what you're calling it. I'll still eat it. I have to be honest.
Something sort of grandish.
So that's it. Yeah, you're right. Something sort of grandish. That's the song.
Shells are just toasted. Because the goat cheese will melt.
Well, no.
And
Like a spinach spankatapita quesadilla, I would eat that baby.
Because we have we have the filling for
Yeah.
the spanakopita, but we don't have the other stuff.
But yeah, put it in a tortilla. Maybe a
Yeah,
little
we have
extra
flour
feta.
tortillas.
Mwah.
Yes, let's try this machination of darkness.
Yes, and then take pictures and post it to Discord.
Yeah.
Yes.
We need documentation.
Yes, you will document this because
Taco dog.
you've gotten good at the food photography, and I just go, I don't know, I'm eating it. Go away.
Gotta share it. We can only share it through pictures right now due to limitations of technology.
Oh, those technological
So
limitations.
help me if we don't actually have.
I hope nobody feels like when we send pictures, we're trying to like brag in a negative way. We're not trying to make anyone feel less than. It's just more like the only way we can share right now because y'all are all too far away to like mail it to you or you drive over here. Is the problem.
Okay, I am occasionally trying to mess with Brian.
He has admitted that he's trying to make Brian like up his game.
Mostly in the trying to get Charlie to go, I'm not in that mood for what you're cooking, Brian. I really want this, trashy Mississippi food that, Palmer happened.
He does do that. Yes, I cannot help these two.
He's in there bragging. Like, I just can't even. Like, I feel like I'm in the middle of a wrestling match that's about to happen between two people that don't know they're about to wrestle.
Yes.
Well, I mean,
I
Brian,
feel similar right
Brian
now.
did remind me that I do have steaks ready to go, so it's like, yeah, might as well.
Yeah,
start
up your game. Do whatever. Also, load the dishwasher.
No shade. No Tino shade at all.
Look.
Why are you chanting I can cook in the dark? You have the light on. Are you going blind? Oh, with all the shade going around, you can still cook in the dark. Okay. All right, I got it. Yes, you're just music. Yes, you are. Yes. Oh Lord. Oh Lord. Won't you buy me a Honda Accord? Mercedes insurance I cannot afford.
Ain't that the truth?
See, Eva says, "Oh, I finally got my beep sheep." What is a beep sheep?
Who is
I
saying
need to
that?
know this.
What are we saying?
It's towards the bottom. She says, "Oh, I finally got my beep sheep."
Oh, I totally misread that.
What is a beep sheep?
There's a Discord by that name.
What is Beep Sheep?
Are they making plushies?
It's an emoji.
Oh, it's an emoji Sage created for their channel.
So is it like a sheep booping another sheep on the nose?
Beep sheep.
Beep beep. Beep sheep. Is it an Australian thing?
South African, darling. South African.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. That South African accent always throws me. I never identify it right.
Yeah, we're currently arguing over whether or not one of the YouTubers I've started watching is a New Zealander or is he from New Zealand or South Africa? Because the accents are not too different.
Aren't they? It's a little rough.
But he's got more of the nasal component to it, which is fairly New Zealand. I know he's definitely from the Southern Hemisphere. He said that. That part is confirmed.
Oh, it's adorable.
Oh, by the way, he's got another video up on Sigma males.
It's a little sheep. That's so cute.
So cute.
Ooh, and I got another achievement.
Ooh, yay.
On Twitch.
There are times when I just want to like give up on trying to write and just be a variety streamer. Like I just
I hear that. I'm just looking over here at all of Blinkerbell's little emojis with the little sheep.
That's the grumpy cat.
Yeah, there's cat, and then there's a sheep one, and then there's an Illuminati one.
Ooh, the Illuminati.
I used to have a houseboy that was obsessed with the Illuminati. They trained him into a right honorable young lady.
And see, that's the thing is, I really enjoy doing the weird random streaming things, and I just, I'm probably gonna start tomorrow's stream with a please go over to Twitch and pop the link in. I am so close to affiliate.
Hey, Tom. What? You know what could be fun? A Unicorn Council Publishing Anthology announcement.
Yeah.
Yes, what kind of anthology do we all want to do, y'all? It could be anything. We could call it the Anything Anthology. Just submit something. And if there are ever any profits, we will all share.
I'm so bad about coming up with new ideas. I've been struggling to come up with new ideas for quite a while now.
Oh, well, I should get you in touch with Tom because just pops them out. What do you want to write? What do you have a genre?
Fiction. I write realistic fiction.
Okay, any particular hook at all, or is it just regular people being regular on the regular?
I haven't figured that out yet, so I'm kind of exploring as I go. I just know that I like to write in reality.
I don't even know what that means.
Megan likes to write in reality, like, that interesting made-up universe. Got anything?
My headcanon for reality is so messed up, like most people don't recognize it as such, so I gave up.
I was actually thinking about for the anthology.
Yeah.
So one of the things I found out they used to do, and I feel we can do again,
Okay.
is reuse stories, and then change them up, expand on them.
Sure.
So, what if we start with an anthology to go with the Brownie story as the start?
That face.
Am I not really good about making her make some faces?
I love it. But that's what the stream is like just watching for those moments. I mean, like, let's be honest, y'all. That's what we're here for.
Okay.
Good conversation and those faces.
That's the next story, the next short story coming out on my channel. It's the Brownie story is actually an onion story. I don't know who's familiar with that, but it's sort of the idea of you keep telling stories within stories within stories.
If anyone knows 1001 Arabian Nights.
So like 1001 Arabian Nights. That idea of Scheherazade just kept telling stories, every day, but never ending it, only ending it the next day, trying to buy herself another day of life, right?
Yep.
And so it's like all these stories she's telling.
And stories would branch off of stories.
Of like, oh, I have to tell you this story before I can finish this other story, that sort of thing. So it's onion stories is sort of how we grew up calling it. We heard it called. And so there's these brownies, these little brownies.
You remember from Willow?
Yes, you remember from Willow, maybe. The young people haven't all heard about Willow, Tom.
They will, because it's up on Disney Plus, and Disney Plus is doing a sequel series.
Yes, they.
Oh, okay. Well, they will have heard it soon. Okay. So the brownies are definitely inspired by those particular brownies, Snooker and Wee Wee. And they get caught one evening, in the backyard of a house by a little dog. And they end up having to start, or they started telling stories to essentially, not get in trouble with the homeowners, shall we say. And that is the start of a whole series of stories that I was working on about, 8-10 years ago. And so we thought we would record the Brownie story, the original story that then branches off to all these other fantasy stories.
And because I thought was it CB? Or was it, I'm not looking at the screen, so I can't remember names.
Blinkerbell?
Yeah, Blinkerbell, who's talking about doing a 1-act play.
Who was talking about an act
I
play?
think that was Eva.
Yeah, she said that she wrote one for a creative class.
Because all that the stories have in common is they're actually like mythology, where they all tell different ways in different guises of the same stories that are actually about these two.
Well, these characters.
These characters
Yeah.
of the homeowners. That the brownies don't realize that this has anything to do with them, but all the stories coincidentally always have a brother and sister.
I always thought the brownies did know. And they were trying to explain to the...
They were hoping...
We've had many discussions. It's been over a decade, y'all.
They were hoping that
for the unpublished story. I'm here for it.
Stay alive. Yeah, they're not sure if it's actually them or not, because the stories change what the brother and sister are, what their abilities are. Are they human? Are they
depending on which world they're in, they are interpreted differently, and they are the Lord and the Lady of the Ancient White. But they don't appear like that in every world. Every world has its own rules, its own physics, its own ways of interpreting everyone. And so in every world they show up, they would be interpreted differently, and they would essentially spawn different mythology. But essentially in every world they are searching. And the problem that happens is every world they go to, they don't always remember the other worlds they were already in. They don't quite remember their past, because that's kind of the nature. Wherever you go to, it's always about your present, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's what we focus on. We kind of forget our past, and we kind of forget most of our future.
And part of the reason I was thinking about that was actually it's Megan, right?
Megan, yeah.
Yes.
She was saying about for modern, style writing, she might actually have an idea to take that story beginning you had thought about of the girl in the howling wind, because that was a modern one.
Well, I mean, it was dystopian, but yeah.
Of the, where would you take that?
I mean,
it's a beginning thought.
If you wanted to, you don't. I know some writers don't like to take on other people's stories.
Ooh, what is that?
It's a story premise. I mean, it's less than a paragraph. It's just a.
It looks so pretty.
It
looks so adorable.
It's spanakopita filling.
That looks so good.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Spanakopita.
Spanking in the butt.
I mean, because it's the beginning of a thought. Like, we hadn't really been able to develop what happened or anything. It's like, since it is a modern
thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, like, I don't care what anyone does with it, because, like, as I said,
you have as much written as is a writing prompt, and that's why it's like, yeah. I mean, most people don't have a problem with writing prompts.
But yeah, I mean, they do exist they exist in every world, because they're so.
I understand. That would be a fun way to do a anthology of. The requirements are not style or necessarily subject, but they have to involve siblings.
I have siblings. I know what that's like.
I'd say most people,
even
people who didn't have siblings, are actually usually rather obsessed about siblings. So they've usually got a story they want to write involving siblings.
Well, I mean, not even all of the stories I have written even have siblings, because you remember, the one with Baba Yaga doesn't have a brother in it. It's got a canyon. So sometimes the brother is just a canyon. And sometimes the brother is a howling wind. So that the singing girl in the howling wind is still technically about the brother and sister, because they're also elementals.
Oh my goodness. Eva has 8 siblings.
Oh, yeah. That's a lot.
That's quite a bit.
I mean, that was just a thought offhand. I can think of other premise for modern stories. Well, besides just current, writing in the current world.
I think that's all Megan has so far. Is just she likes contemporary.
Yeah. I'm exploring, figuring out what I like.
I want to see you write an epic fantasy.
I'd have to have like the right idea for it. Like, because fantasy is one of my favorite genres to read. So it just seems like it would make sense for me to be able to write it. But for some reason, it's just, I haven't come up with the right idea yet. I do have a whole bunch of, well, you know that I write down interesting facts and stuff that I come across, and some of these I really want to use, but I have no use for them.
You never know. Well, they'll come up later.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also still waiting for the hedgehog.
I know, I still got to finish my Nunder of Hedgehogs.
Because, oh my goodness, like I said, that's a children's book series. That was so much fun.
Such a cute hedgehog.
Hey, Megan, are you purely contemporary realism or magical realism?
Contemporary realism.
Okay.
This is an unholy abomination that everyone needs to make.
Oh, is it terrible? And you'll be the one to take care of it for us? Just num 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 num.
I'm serious. I feel like I have been robbed the majority of my life because spanakopita is such a beast to make because of the phyllo dough and getting
Yes.
all the wrapping. Just put it in a quesadilla. Just make it into a quesadilla. It's magic.
Yes.
It's so good.
Like deconstructed spring rolls.
Okay, your deconstructed spring rolls are good, but they're good in a different way.
Deconstructed spring rolls. Now that is something I'd like to try.
Yeah, I had deconstructed egg rolls, and they were awesome. So it was like the egg roll filling in the pressure cooker, and so it literally only takes minutes to cook. And then the wonton wrappers you brush with butter and then bake them flat, so they're just really crispy. And then you eat, a bowl of the filling, and then with the wonton wrappers on the side.
Nice.
It was really easy too.
Sounds so good.
He makes the filling, but makes it more like a stir fry, and then puts he sliced crispy wontons on top of it, so that when you take a bite, you get all of the flavor of an egg roll in this amazing stir fry.
Nice.
Sounds delicious.
So your kung pao soup was a triumph, I have to say.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. We still have to try the pizzaioli's.
I'm just sitting here watching Glory.
I'm just sort of in my world. Just going, okay, let me figure this out. Because all the strings are on the wrong end.
Oh no.
So I've got to then thread one set over.
So, I think you want
But it can be done.
Oh good.
I've done it before.
I'll be right back.
So are you making something, Tom?
Yeah.
What you making?
Steak. What's the crab boiled potatoes?
Oh, is that what I've been smelling?
Probably. And mixed veggies.
Cool.
Because I'm lazy.
Cool, cool, cool.
So for dinner tonight, we're being forced to have duck breast
You poor baby.
with spinacipedias. This is what he's decided to call the abomination.
I love it.
I was gonna say
It's so good. Honest to God. Like I've never thought to put it in tortillas, but it sounds so good. Or you know what else would be good? Pitas,
Yeah.
like in a warm pita pocket. Oh yes, baby.
Personally, I'm all for just inside mashed potatoes that you've pan fried.
He just turned it into Cole Cannon.
Anything can be Kilcannon.
Amen.
Yeah.
He just turned Spadakopita into Cole Cannon.
I mean, I think that when the roads stop, icing over, we should definitely get some feta.
It would be a very good addition to it. It would
I think we already have frozen spinach.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh no! You open the mashed potatoes and then you fold it into a pierogi.
Oh, okay. So he's one-upping you. So you take your Spadakopita Cole Cannon and you wrap it up and put it in a pierogi.
There we go.
And then
Just span all the continent and just go for it.
I just want carbs with a hint of protein.
And spinach.
and vegetable.
And vegetable.
Spinach.
And vegetable, yeah. I swear I'm getting my daily vegetables.
Yeah,
Swear.
it's healthy.
I swear it's healthy somehow.
It's a food pyramid that never tips over.
Yeah. It has protein too because of the butter.
With as much butter as you put into things, yes.
Yeah.
Technically, that would be true.
But again, this is why music historians have stopped saying where a musical instrument originated from, because sailors brought them everywhere. And look, we're human. We like food. We like music.
Yep.
We all come up with the same things.
I almost put this fearless glove together wrong.
With the exception of the Hawaiian guitar, which I'm just going to blame on Hawaii because they claim it. You want it, you can have it. Fine.
Let me go grab something out of the smoker.
Is something in the smoker?
Yes.
Did Unity leave something in the smoker?
No. There's something we keep in the smoker.
What do we keep in the smoker?
Welcome to Crochet and Muttering with the wonderful Lord. Let us all mutter our curses and incantations under our breath.
Yeah. Did you not know the kind of witch I am?
See, the first time I ever talked to Sako,
Oh,
I was a witch, and I said yes, but I spell it with a B, and then we didn't talk for a long time.
yeah, that's fair. I forgot about where you put this.
Yeah, well, it's because we can't keep it in the house.
Durian whippers.
Oh.
They're really good, y'all. But yeah, this even in the bag, this
It's real
smell,
durian, though.
It's real durian. So yeah, no, there's nothing that can stop this.
Even in the
odor.
deep freeze, the entire deep freeze just started
The
too.
entire deep freeze.
Oh gosh.
Durian. It was like, well, I can honestly say we definitely don't have COVID right now. Because we can smell the tiniest bit of durian in this house. So yes, it's kept in the outside smoker. Even the cats won't go near it. So it has stopped the cats from mostly spraying anywhere near our house.
I think you've just taught us all a valuable lesson.
I'm just saying.
Who said these streams aren't educational?
Yeah, you learn something living with me.
Oh, seriously, if people haven't learned something from this stream, like, they just weren't paying attention.
Exactly.
Mhm.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, we've covered so many topics since we began.
We really have, yeah. Of course, this is just a regular evening at our house, to be honest. This has been so much fun.
Jules, was that oh no about the durian, or did something happen?
I hope Jules is okay.
I'm so worried when I see you just do an oh no because of your internet weirdnesses and, well, just everything.
Mm-hmm.
Coin today. Just pop out the front.
Whose house gets destroyed by a tornado in the middle of a blizzard? This world's messed up.
Seriously.
Oh, it was about the
Oh, about the
durian.
durian, yes. I mean, we
Okay.
love durian, so it's not that we don't like it. We do enjoy durian, but it was like, yeah, like no matter where we put it in the house, as you saw, we even bagged it up. It was overpowering every day. It was like, my God, the whole house smells of durian. What are we gonna do if like a service person has, like, if something happens and someone has to come in, they're gonna be like, oh, you have toxic waste here. These people never clean. It's like, no, we swear, it's just the durian wafers.
I feel better. I just, like I said, it's been weird. Like, Galveston got snow. Like, I question nothing. Like the world's just weird right now.
Mm-hmm.
The world's just weird. I don't know who hit. I feel like somebody shook the table and like the world's just stuck on tilt right now.
You want to try this one on and see how it
Sure.
fits? Remember, it's this.
Hi, Carrie.
What's going on?
See ya.
Oh, okay. Good night, Carrie. See you soon. Bye-bye, sweetie.
Yeah.
You want to come over and stick your hand in front of the camera?
I mean, it's
Give
definitely
that hand a wiggle jiggle.
Wiggle your hand in front of the camera, baby.
Ooh.
There it is.
Soon.
And then the other way. There we go.
Soon. Yes.
Looks nice.
Soon.
I feel like it looks very non-binary. You know, like sometimes the gloves look very feminine or very masculine, and I really think this looks very
Non-binary.
very neutral to me, at least anyway.
I should think of a fun contemporary how to, what do you call it? You know, get the to get the protagonist started on their journey.
What's that?
Going to a thrift store and finding a really cool purse and finding in a sort of semi-hidden inside pocket a postcard.
I think that's actually kind of an interesting start to an anthology period. Is you have a character or several characters and they go to a thrift store, and that is literally how it starts. And so it all could be the same thrift store, but everybody's story starts at the thrift store.
You know, I'm just going to write a Sappho and her friends story.
Ah, nice.
Like,
Nothing wrong with that.
Just gals being pals.
and they lived together for 56 years, calling each other beloved and lover. What great gal pals they were.
Yep.
Friends.
Just two brides, strangers, walking arm in arm.
It was a different world back then. Men often kissed on the mouth and held hands in public. They would cuddle with each other and share the same bed, lying next to each other, nubile and naked. But totally no homo.
No, baby.
Have you seen that cartoon that's like
Yes.
two bros?
They're on the beach, and,
Yeah.
you know, in their twilight of their life, going,
Yeah.
"I love you so much." No homo.
Yeah. I love that comic so much. It cracks me up.
Yeah, I've recently been binging One Topic on YouTube.
Oh, dude, OT is... Oh, I love OT.
Yes, and that is honestly how I've been getting through the last week, quite frankly, is just hours of One Topic every day.
OT is so good. And when you're ready to just go to hell with the rest of us, just start binging the click.
Yes, I will get there, I'm sure, eventually.
Because I would just say, unless you're in a very special mood, skip any episode that starts with the word fluffy.
Okay.
Like, until you're ready to know what that very particular hell is, don't go there. Like, you'll need all of your sanity for that. But I need some good yiff in hell or Noah get the boat.
Yeah, I've been very much enjoying everything from eye bleach
Oh.
to
Are the straights okay?
Oh,
are the streets okay?
not very. No.
R / pointlessly gendered is like my absolute favorite.
Yes. I feel
A boy cupcake.
I just want a boy flavor. What's a boy flavor? Beef and toxic masculinity? I don't. What's a boy cupcake flavor?
Bacon.
They've made bacon masculine. Damn them all. Says somebody who has a secret Twitter account that has bacon in the name. Like, yes.
Yeah, maybe we should make the anthology about going to a thrift store.
Going to a thrift store. And then
There's
what
a good
happens?
start.
It could be any genre. It could be any characters. Just go. I love thrift stores. Thrift stores to me are truly a lovely place.
And the first person to Macklemore loses.
Although there is I did show Glory a musician, a group that if Glory wrote songs about me, she would write pretty much all
Oh
this
yes. What is it like?
work. Ninja Sex Party.
Ninja Sex Party.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Okay. Because it really is songs I would write about Tom. Truthfully. Let's see.
I feel like I know you so much better now, Tom.
I mean, no.
Orgy for one.
Oh my goodness.
Come to my mansion. Like, yes. Let's see. Jill says, "Oh, I did have an oh no moment at the grocery store today. I walked by the book section. How could I resist? And noticed that there is now a 4th paperback size.
What?
There is now mass market trade size book club, same width as mass market but taller, and now there is one that is the same height as mass market but wider. My bookshelves will need reorganization."
What? No.
Spoken like a true bookworker.
No.
Versus librarian to me is just like, okay. I cringe every time people organize their.
Okay, I'm going to hunt down and find whoever did this. I'm going to put them in that full on like beginning of a Clockwork Orange contraption that holds the eyes open with the drips of water so they don't dry out, and just make them watch Perez Hilton's The Clap over and over and over again until they apologize.
Okay.
What? It takes place in a library.
Give me the other hand. I'm sorry. Yes, face the yarn. Do as I say, boy.
Can I just say, with a voice like that, like I really want to do a collab with you on a track that's all like a Confidence Man song.
Which one was?
With what you said.
Do as I say, boy.
I must confess, I've been sleeping with your ex because I heard he was the best. I must confess.
I mean, it does happen. Thank you, Tom.
For anybody who doesn't know Confidence Man, just look up Confidence Man, Try Your Luck. Great band. They're so messed up. I love them.
I'm just picturing of all the genres you can do in a thrift shop.
Tom, I'm supposed to inform you that the hubby has turned on the sous vide.
I did that hours ago.
These two. Why?
You understand, like, we're gonna have to make plans when we finally meet up. Like, they're gonna disappear somewhere and like have their own private Top Chef competition.
We're going to find something,
We're gonna find something else to do. Like, they're gonna like hit a grocery store. Like, we're gonna have to like find a Residence Inn so that there's a kitchen.
Yeah, like what's going to happen is Brian going to be like, "Here, come to the restaurant supply store with me. Bye, Glory." And I'll be like, "All right, bye, y'all."
Let me see. If I
Oh,
can
no,
find-
now you made him excited. He's like, "There's one in St. Louis. I've been wanting to go for a while."
Well, then we should meet up for the convention.
Let me see if I can find a short cartoon from Full Metal Alchemist. There is a video that is appropriate for this.
Oh dear.
I'm just like, we're gonna get like, we're gonna have to like GPS tag them so that we can find out where
All right, that's
they're
fair. Yeah.
And God help us if Eva shows up, because I can see Eva just egging it on just so she can have all the amazingness that comes out of this.
Yeah. Well, apparently, like, I don't know if she actually went, but at one point I know she was planning to dress the toddler up for the convention. I don't know if she actually already did it or if, it's what got canceled last year, but I'm like, yeah, I am all here for dressing toddlers up to look ridiculous. I'm also all for dressing animals up to look ridiculous.
That's how I met my hetero life mate.
Yes. Well, I even asked my friend who plans conventions down here in the Deep South, and she said, yeah, if you can, go to the St. Louis convention, because she wasn't even recommending Contraflow this year. Because Contraflow is the next weekend in October. She's like, I don't even know if it's going to happen. And Contraflow is the old Crescent City Con regeneration of it. What are we doing? We're looking at something else.
Yeah, wait till it starts over.
Oh, okay. Meat day? Oh dear.
Actually, it's a pun on.
I remember this. I remember this.
Oh.
In Japanese, it sounds like meat day.
Sweetie, remember when the two muscle men went after each other in the flexing contest? Yeah, that's the thing he just put up. That's gonna be you and him when you meet in person. Yeah.
It's like how your clothes fly off in shreds.
Oh yeah, I can totally see this. This is gonna be a thing.
He has no eyebrows.
Use their vacation.
Well, I don't really either, so okay.
I would leave snow day, and I'm like, he goes, snow day. I go, everyone takes this as their vacation.
In Japanese, February 2nd or February 9th sounds like meat day.
You can blame that one. We're not closed all week.
Yeah,
I
apparently
found that
February
weird.
9th sounds like meat day in
Yeah.
Japanese.
Say Chris Sparkle, he already has too much glitter in it already.
Why are you throwing glitter in a toilet?
I mean, those are good questions.
But
Why are you throwing glitter in a toilet?
no, I went weird.
His beard's a toilet?
Use that too.
Okay.
To unpack here.
Well, in all honesty, I do know the man.
Actually,
And
if he has to clear up the driveway, he might lose his beard if he's not careful.
that's true.
Clearing tool that she got,
Oh no.
basically a flamethrower.
Oh my god, a flamethrower for the driveway?
Driveway, yeah, because it melts everything and dries it and clears it.
Oh my god, a flamethrower to clean her driveway?
That's what she has basically.
Oh my goodness.
It technically
Is that legal?
clear.
Okay, get over here. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not.
For clearing clearing like your driveway of snow and ice, but it's basically a flamethrower.
It sounds like it's fraught with peril.
Oh yeah, because I know Edward's going to be sent out there to do that, and he's got this giant beard and everything, and I'm just waiting for
That
it
beard's
to go
gonna
up.
be gone.
Oh no.
I bring up this scene from a movie called Wilder Napalm,
Yeah.
where the female love interest is, kept stuck at home because she's under house arrest because she decided to defrost her driveway with gasoline and then went down the hill and lit another house on fire.
Who sold Oma a flamethrower?
I don't know, but it was pretty awesome. I tried to talk her to bring it in to use it to clear the back.
No!
Y'all have fire insurance, right?
It was we remembered that occasionally you could, because all the gas meters and pipes are back there, so we realized we couldn't do that.
Yeah.
So glad.
Did you realize that?
So
Welcome to my life, people. This is my life. Oma got a flamethrower to clean her driveway, and he tried to use it at the wanted to use it at the
I
restaurant.
wanted to use it, but I didn't use it.
That's not much better.
We're with it.
You don't need a permit for a flamethrower.
In any state or
No,
just
any state? No.
What?
It's like a Kaiser blade.
What?
It's just part of lawn care.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the U.S., it's considered a lawn care item.
A lawn care item?
Yeah, it's part of keeping your exterior property looking.
by setting it on fire?
That's so absurd.
Numbers is weird. I don't understand how this one passed. Unlike nunchucks.
Look,
I'm just being mean to
as in Arizona or X-Men.
Arizona.
Okay.
Just being mean to Arizona for a minute.
As in Arizona or X-Men. Is there really a difference? You're talking about Florida or X-Men. Is there a difference?
No.
I guess not.
Well, I don't know. There's so much meth in the water. I mean,
Fair.
That's what it is.
meth gators. Meth gators.
Yeah.
Years, yeah.
Well, yeah, maybe we should go quickly post up the picture of
Meth Crocs.
a 18-wheeler tractor trailer who did long hauls. Writes his note across, his comments across the entire U.S.
Oh, you mean the one that we used to look at?
No. This is just a recent.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there's like, so we had TomToms.
That's that was about POIs, points of interest.
Yeah, and you could, at least for a while, I don't know about now, but you could download other people's POIs
You can.
on that were compatible with your TomTom, and like
Website.
yeah, on the website, and anybody can post these. And so, they're individualized to it's their points of interest. So one of them was this particular trucker. I can't remember his username right now. But he had all these great places marked along Highway I-10. And, and it was great, useful ones, like really clean bathrooms. All the girls are pretty. The staff are nice. And we liked his comments because it included Mississippi, the quietest roads in America. And I'm like, I take that as a point of pride. Okay.
Oh, I see this.
What does it say? I think
I think the trees are hiding something.
yeah, that's fair.
Or the Florida Man legends are true. I'm afraid.
The Florida Man legends are true.
Georgia, basically the Daytona 500, but for drivers with no talent.
That is so cold.
I can't read what it says for my state.
Read it.
The Midwest was flat. Think again.
You thought the Midwest was flat? Think again.
That's true. We are remarkably hilly. Hilly.
In red in Indiana, avoid Gary at all costs.
Avoid Gary at all. I feel like that because we had the anyway.
From Gary on Immature, we're saying, nope, that checks out.
Y'all stay away from Gary, Indiana, and Bloomington, Indiana. I'm just telling you.
I love, Virginia, Kentucky, here, South.
Remember that review from
That's great. Across Kentucky and Virginia, it's a straight line. It says from here south, sweet tea exists.
So true.
It's so true.
There's a difference between sweet tea and sweetened tea.
Well, we have a designation here called Mississippi Sweet.
All right, so here's the difference. Sweet tea, you put the sugar in while it's still hot, it's part of the tea. Sweetened tea is what you put in after it's cooled down or you're serving it.
Yep. Sweet tea is basically tea syrup.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mississippi Sweet is real, and it describes sweet tea and barbecue sauce
Interesting.
because it's sweet.
Pretty sure I've seen Wile E. Coyote here once.
Yeah. We have too, actually.
Across, across Arizona and New Mexico, it says, pretty sure I've seen Wile E. Coyote here once.
Okay, what does it say for Georgia, Tom? I can't read it.
Basically, the Daytona 500, but for drivers with no talent.
It's like the Daytona 500 for drivers with no talent.
I mean, holy cow.
That's what it says for Georgia.
That's funny.
Okay, what does it say for Michigan?
The number of things named after NASCAR drivers is both impressive and concerning.
That's what it says for North Carolina?
Yeah.
What does it say for Michigan?
Great rest areas, good pizza, worst roads.
Well, I guess that holds up with Kat, since she works at a pizza place.
I've never been to Michigan, but I have to say, it can't be worse than Rhode Island. It can't be worse than Rhode Island.
Oh, yeah.
Rhode Island roads are not only like terrible and full of potholes, but they cross themselves.
Well, I mean, look at what it says. The last time I was here, I seriously thought about changing careers.
Like,
Don't ever put a compass in your
How about
drive
Wisconsin?
yes.
What does it say? Sorry, but Oregon has better cheese. Yeah, right. It does. I really like Tillamook better. What does that say over New Hampshire and Maine?
Seatbelts are not required in New Hampshire.
I do not have nice things to say about New Hampshire food. I'm sorry, y'all, but no.
New Hampshire has food?
Oh, the only time I have ever uttered the phrase, I literally could not tell the difference between your chicken tenders and your deep fried fish. Like, I literally, the way we were able to finally tell the difference was the texture was slightly different, y'all.
It's like
That's
that scene.
disturbing.
It's like that scene in Are You Being Served where they're trying to figure out what kind of soup they're eating.
Yes.
They don't know if it's chicken or vegetable, and then they find a fish bone in it.
Yes. And also, New Hampshire had the absolute worst wait staff service I've ever experienced in my life. And I told them that. I was like, I have literally gotten better service from people who could not speak English than any
In
service
Missouri.
I've got
That's
here.
probably because they were all chefs in training and they shouldn't have been in the front of house in the first place.
Stop defending these people.
Well, that's kind of just how they make it so bad.
Right above Missouri.
They're all
Oh,
colored.
that's a nice looking cornfield.
Their bills and culinary stuff.
Hurricane
They're working with a waiting job.
probably hasn't been cleaned since then either.
Oh my God. I think that's Iowa.
I thought so, but I wasn't.
Yeah, that's Iowa. Because remember, I applied
Yeah.
for a job there. Fucking bastards. Sorry.
Missouri is the one that looks like it's trying to get intimate with Arkansas.
All right. Yeah, it does kind of. Let's see, Minnesota. I understand why Scandinavians settled here. I don't agree, but I understand. Let's see, North Dakota. I haven't been here yet. I don't think I'm missing much. South Dakota. I have been here, still not missing much. What does Nebraska say?
Record for driving on I-80 without touching the steering wheel, 6 minutes.
Oh, wow. Well, that's actually kind of interesting. Kansas has the best state route icon, a sunflower. There's a reason my family left in the 50s. Oh, the shade.
I lived in Oklahoma for a brief period of time. Never again. Then again, I feel the same way about Texas.
Our stepfather's from Oklahoma, and he did not mind moving here to marry mom. He keeps trying to meet women online, getting them to move to Mississippi, and every one of them refuses.
He just ran into the room, stood there shaking his head slowly, and said, "Poor Oklahoma."
Yeah, poor Oklahoma. Oh well. I think the only thing good out of Oklahoma, according to our stepfather, is Fry's. Fry's electronics store.
I haven't seen one of those in forever.
Anywhere there's a Fry's, our stepfather will stop and just check it out, just in case there's something good.
Our fries down here is so terrible. We tried to buy a computer there and they didn't have any computers to buy.
the hell
Well,
does
that's not nice.
how does that even work?
I don't know.
I agree with Jules here. I mean, if you're going to make sweet tea, you need to have super saturation level. And you also need to add it while it's hot.
Well, that's how you choose super saturation.
Yeah, it's really hard getting that Yankee in the kitchen to understand that.
I'm so sorry, sweetie.
So here is the part I
I
figured
don't have to out you. All I have to do is get you to say Massachusetts.
about sweet tea, which
Oh
is
God,
it's
Tom's gotten started.
it's made so that you put in half ice or more,
Yes.
and the ice dilutes. So the tea is also strong. Not
The
just
tea is
sugar,
so strong, yes.
Yes.
because it dilutes.
Because it dilutes, yes. So you have to make it very strong so it can hold up to being like,
Yep.
watered down with ice. Because you also should not be serving iced tea cold. It's better if it's at room temperature so the ice melts.
Yep.
Like it's an alchemy. It's
Yep.
delicious. It's wonderful. It's miraculous and magical.
Even
Yep.
the British like sweet tea once they get it made by someone
Will
who
you
knows.
turn your Massachusetts off? It's driving me crazy.
Oh, I used to have a librarian who said Massachusetts, and it was like every time. She also said Illinois all the time.
Yeah, it was a wicked talk job when I put the car in the garage there. Just slid right in.
I
Say
had a
Massachusetts.
Oh no.
Say Massachusetts.
No.
I'll say Say Massachusetts. Say
Do
it.
it. Do it.
Broken.
Say Massachusetts.
Massachusetts. No.
Say Massachusetts.
Now do it like you mean it.
Say Massachusetts.
No.
Say it.
Man,
Say it. Say it.
Oh, you're gonna have to put a lot of money in the coffee. If you just say that.
No, just say Massachusetts.
say Massachusetts.
Massachusetts.
Oh, it's so fabulous.
Massachusetts. It's so good you stay for a second visit to the bathroom.
Tom.
That's what I heard. I heard Massachusetts.
It's how his family talks. It's hilarious. His mother has such a strong Marlboro accent. It's not even funny. Like, you think the Boston accent's bad. Like, her vowel sounds are so flat, like you just can't even tell what she's saying half the time. So all the words sound the same. She has like 3 vowels. And ah. Oh no, there's nothing worse than talking to a native Baltimorean. I practice hard to be able to talk like a Baltimorean, but it's really hard to talk like that without sounding like you're Swedish.
Yeah, there is like this odd little lilt there.
There's an odd little wilt in the voice, but also you got to drop like every 4th like consonant. Can't happen. Yeah, because Baltimore is pronounced Balmer.
Yeah, Baltimore.
It's Balmer County.
Baltimore.
Yeah, you go down to Balmer.
Yeah.
Don't go so far south that you end up in Dundalk.
Yeah, you don't get the.
You don't want to be in Dundalk.
Yeah, I don't know Baltimore anymore. It's just trash.
Baltimore's always been trash, and that's what made it special. I've taken part in 2 riots in Baltimore.
That sounds like something you just do in Baltimore.
Like it's just like that's how we spend our Saturdays.
Okay, so we were at a club, and Matt looked out and saw somebody breaking into his van. And because they were so smart, the goth club, where all the white kids were so white, they put on white face paint to look whiter, was literally across the street from the projects.
Right?
So we all ran out to deal with the person that was breaking into his truck. And everybody else just saw like a horde of white people so white that they painted their faces white. I mean, after one of their own, and flooded out of the project. And then the cops showed up, blocked the streets off, sat on the hoods of their car, and started taking bets on who was going to die first.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
I think I've heard you tell this before, but it still just blows my mind every time you tell it.
Yeah, like that's Baltimore. That's everything you need to know about Baltimore in a nutshell.
Well, that too.
Baltimore is nothing but. I saw my first dead body outside of a funeral home in Baltimore.
That's where the Rough Riders is perfect.
You know, that sentence could go two different ways.
Well, that's how you get the Baltimore crabs.
Oh yeah, there's a big difference between the Bay crabs and the Baltimore crabs.
Yeah.
You don't want the Baltimore crabs.
Go to Bay crabs.
They bite.
Bye.
I feel like that should be like sage advice.
Ta-da!
Oh, we made this! Yay!
Sweet.
Everybody!
I'm so excited.
Cute.
I'm so excited.
Yay! I also feel like they do look a little bit 80s amazing or 80s
They
fabulous.
do,
A little bit like,
which is like so my aesthetic.
let me try.
Yes, I love it.
Like I'm ready to do jazz hand? Yes. Like I'm feeling this. Yes.
That's a lot of knitting.
You need to lean back in the chair and have the water splash you, and then turn into a giant ice sculpture because it's so freaking cold out.
Yes. Fun fact, these are machine washable. That's how you felt them if you want them to felt up. What is
I'm going to behave myself.
wait, what? Actually, they'll felt up eventually anyway. Like even if you hand wash over a long period of time, they'll eventually felt up where, you know, the individual stitches will start, well, they felt together.
Yeah.
So they become more like one cohesive piece of fabric. So
Exciting.
some people like it that way. Some people like the individual stitches. It's whatever you like. You can hand wash these. You can honestly wash them with shampoo and hair conditioner, and they'll be super soft and they're lovely. And they don't absorb your natural skin oils. So they will not dry your hands out over time like cotton gloves or wool gloves will.
Oh, nice.
And they'll dry real fast. You can just hang them.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, so please, Charlie, send me your physical or your mailing address wherever you want me to mail the package.
Yeah, I sent it to you on Discord.
Yeah, we'll mail it to the restaurant, whatever.
I sent it to the Discord.
Okay, thank you.
And I gave you my address on Instagram a while ago. So.
Yay, thank you. And we will mail you snacks. We'll probably mail Charlie snacks too.
Yes,
Woohoo!
next.
You know, because we're Southern and we don't know what to do other than feed people.
So
Like,
cool.
what are we gonna do?
I get so lost and confused when we have company over, like back in the day when that could happen. I'd be like, would you like me to get you a snack? And they're like, no. And I'm like, would you like me to get you a snack? Like I just get stuck in the go-to tab.
Yeah, like, are you sure I cannot get you a lovely beverage and, you know, cheese, crackers, something?
You know you're in my house, right? Like, what do you want? I can cook you dinner. Do you need dinner? I can make dinner. Like
Don't you want to eat?
Like I don't understand this. How could you not want to eat? Like you're making me into a bad host by your politeness. Stop it.
Why, yes, this is how I keep all of my notions in the medicine bottles. At least you know it's baby proof.
Yes.
Because I do have a fear of children, like little babies, getting old and trying to swallow things. Ooh. Almost. Guess I'll have to get
So
there.
close.
I know, it's so close.
I don't know what you've done, but all of the animals are staring at you now.
Okay, so all right. Well,
You have literally all of the animals. 3 cats and a dog are just staring.
Yes.
seems appropriate.
This is the direction.
Hello, Second Glory.
Hi. There. Okay.
I feel like I did good today. I worked really hard watching my fingerless gloves get made. And
Yeah, you did a great job supervising and motivating, the worker. No, actually, I really did enjoy. Yeah, are you hungry? We've got X, Y, Z. Can I get you A, B, C, E, F? Is in the second fridge if you'd rather. Yes, do you remember that where you'd like offer? We've also got the second fridge out in the garage or the basement or whatever on the
I'm
porch.
sure I've got something in the deep freeze so that I can thaw real quick.
Right.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Like people, like if I could just like say, just like if you want to increase the like relations between the North and the South, just accept the damn food. Just
Yes, exactly.
just take the plate. Just take the plate.
Yeah, at least let me get you ice water for heaven's sakes. Please, for the love of God, let me at least get you water.
Yes, please.
I cannot function if you don't have something in your hands to enjoy.
We have had this beaten into us since we were children. You're
I'm going to admit something. I've actually even offered to like wash people's coats while they hang out at the house. Like it's like I have to do something.
yes. I know this. Yes.
And like I have like, please at least here, take this throw and put it on your legs. Something. It's
Accept my hospitality, please.
It's so true. It's true. Oh, it's so hard having non-Southerners because at least Southerners are kind of familiar with how this works.
Yeah.
Of like, yeah, just take something, just take ice water. You don't have to touch the ice water.
Yeah, you don't even have to drink it. Just accept it.
If you stay more than an hour, you are going to be expected to at least hold it.
Yes.
Like, honestly, I have noticed, like, even after an hour, if they haven't even picked up their glass of ice water, it's like, would you like a lemon in it? Could I slice a lime for you?
Yes.
It's true.
Grandma always kept a smorgasbord of crystal light packages. That way, if people didn't touch their water, she would bring them out on a tray.
Yes!
And be like, would you like the water flavored?
Yes, exactly. Like, hi, I have all these teas. Would you like an herbal tea? And it's like, please let me give you something.
Please, you have to accept my gratitude. Take it. Take my hospitality. Take it.
It is true.
It's definitely opposite of the California mindset where you're like just completely the opposite.
What, like,
Not
come in, don't admit you know where I live, like.
well, yeah, that too. Yeah, we don't often let people know where we live, and kind of not as hospitable as the South for sure.
No, Gloria. Here's the line I remember from California that I still couldn't believe as a Southerner.
Okay.
So we were gonna go have dinner. You want to meet back here in like 2 hours?
Oh, yeah. I remember that happening when I lived in California and just like having a panic attack because I thought we were friends and I thought this was the end of our friendship. Like, this is how they were announcing it. Yes, I've had that experience.
Or they're like, you want to meet back instead of let's keep hanging out?
We're not having dinner together.
Oh, like I'm going to go
not
eat
invited
dinner.
you are not invited to share a meal with us. We can come back, though, and continue the conversation
Oh,
later.
I remember I did go cry at dinner. I remember that.
Yeah, now you remember?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, that's the California.
I've never actually admitted that to anyone other than Tom, who had to sit there and watch like the tears dribble down my face as I ate strudel. Like, I thought that we were friends, but I guess we need to go back home to Mississippi now. Like,
I know that feeling. I've been there. I have been there.
like even the homeless people that normally loiter and hit people up who are eating outside were just like, "Are you okay, little girl?"
Oh,
I mean, I was 31, and they're like, "Are you okay, little girl?" And I'm like, "I'm okay." Yeah. And they're like, let's get her another. This is a homeless man who came up to us and was like, hey, get her another strudel. She's sad. And I'm like, what is happening?
Yes.
Yes. And made the pastry guy give me, he's like, well, and I was like, I'm so sorry. He's like, it's okay. We're closing. You can have another strudel. You look sad. I'm like, yes, I thought I was friends with someone. I came across country and it turns out we're not friends.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, yeah. And that kind of was the end because I was like, well, I'm done. I mean, if you don't want to eat with me, after like I had opened up our home to that person when they came to Mississippi, they were getting their master's degree. And I mean, like we had bent over backwards and gave them everything, and then they didn't want to eat. I had driven all the way across this fucking country, excuse me. And yeah, they didn't want to have dinner. Glory is done. I will cry, and then I will go home. Yeah.
Yeah, I know this. Yes. I see myself in the story.
Yes. And I still don't actually talk to that person. They do message me occasionally on Facebook.
So if you're watching, now you know what you've done.
Oh, that person was way too narcissistic to ever think that this would be about him. But anyway.
I shouldn't have held that in. I'm just going to let it out. Ooh! Ah!
Yeah. That was the same week, though, that we had people following us through Albertsons asking where we would be performing next. And do we have a website that lists where we perform?
What? What did they think you were performing?
We were going through Albertsons buying groceries because we were going to cook at this person's house. You know, we were going to make them a meal. And we were shopping through Albertsons. And, you know, it was just me and Tom talking to each other. Quite honestly, I mean, okay. I mean, I guess y'all are kind of used to us talking now of just us shooting the breeze, right? This lady, when we went to go check out, because we had noticed she was kind of following us, but we were trying to be cool about it. Like, maybe she's just lonely. And when we went to check out, she got in behind us and was like, I just want you to know, I've really enjoyed your performance. And I think it's wonderful that this grocery store's hired performers. Where will you be performing next? And I'm like, I do not know. She's like, do you have a website that I could follow so I know where to catch you next? And I was like, I'm so sorry, I don't have that. She thought we had been highlighted because we were, let's be honest. Okay. We've never had much money. So we're shopping at Albertsons and we are hitting the sales and we are talking about the sales. Like, so I was like, oh, look, this is from California cows, the happiest cows in the world. And, you know, and like, this was the same grocery store that had literally Bay Bridge wine, $2, $1 to $2 a bottle. And I'm like, from the fine vintners under the Bay Bridge wine Merlot, you know, just like finest prison wine you can find. You know, I think she like, I mean, there were several people that had been following us and we thought that they were getting a little chuckle in the frozen food aisle. We didn't think anything of it, you know, they could overhear us. They thought it was 2 hours of performance art.
That does sum up life in the South, though. Like we were all kind of raised to just be performance artists because
we were just trying to entertain each other. Yeah, because we were like, look, they have the frozen whale cake. Can you imagine? Hello, children. I've brought a whale for dessert. Just, Mom, the whale is so good. Like we just literally were goofing while we grocery shopped. Honestly, that was what we were doing. And they thought that a grocery store had hired performers to highlight the things they had on sale with improv.
That's so funny.
And I'm like, I mean, I've told a couple people, including I told the people we were staying with, and they were like, that is the most California experience you've had. Congratulations.
I have to say the quintessential Californian experience is getting yelled at by an old Korean woman at a convenience store.
Okay, I don't think I had that happen. Like
that is the quintessential California.
Normally Korean ladies get like me, but you know,
you start learning Korean cuss words very quickly because old angry Korean women, they don't hold back. It's a thing of beauty.
I mean, we have a Korean grocery store in town, and they're really lovely. And there's a little lady who makes homemade kimchi. But yeah, they've never yelled at us. I mean, it's really good kimchi, by the way, y'all.
I miss good kimchi.
Like, it is truly homemade. By the way, I do absolutely agree with Jules. Accept hospitality.
Yes.
Do it. Or we will run you out of this county. Yes, it is a curse. You will curse our town if you won't accept our hospitality. We do not want another Sodom and Gomorrah here. So. How's everyone's evening going? Have everyone had a good time?
Yeah.
I had the break that I needed.
I am so glad. I have had a lovely evening too, especially considering our pipes. We don't have any running water right now, and I'm like, I have had a great evening with y'all. Thank you.
Just remember, put the pine cone between the two paper clips and a little bit of duct tape, and it'll be fine.
It'll probably warm up by tomorrow. I hope it'll warm up by tomorrow. Because, like, it's 25 degrees outside right now.
I'm pretty sure that your great grandfather had a salve that you just rub on the pipes and it would make it all work. I know mine probably did.
I mean, we don't.
He had a salve for everything.
Yeah.
He had a bucket of sand that he used to cure snake bites, and it worked, and it was really troubling. I don't know what was in that powder, but
Kind of interesting, though. Yeah. Sometime I'll have to tell you about the cursed jewelry we have in the family from our grandfather.
ooh, I think the food is done.
But yeah, like our food is about done, so I think we're about getting to the end.
Close to my bedtime.
Would anyone like to do an outro? Just because, why not?
I'm good.
Hi, y'all. I
Wednesday,
do
right?
things. I'm working on a fantasy series that will hopefully like work and stuff, and that people other than me will also like, but I really don't care about that anymore. So, yay. I'm enjoying it. We'll be sprinting on my channel starting at 4 p.m. tomorrow and on Friday, Lord willing, and the power stays on. And yeah.
So is that 4 p.m. Eastern or?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, that's 4 p.m. my time, so that's 5 Eastern.
Okay. Great. So 5 p.m. Eastern tomorrow on your YouTube channel. Will you also be doing on Twitch?
Yep, I will also be doing it on the Twitch.
Awesome. And I'm Glory. And you've wandered onto one of my many channels I have hooked up right now on Twitch or YouTube. Yeah, every Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern, we do a show called Awkward Sibling Hour right now is what we're doing. And this upcoming Monday, we are doing an episode about autism and food. It's going to be delicious. You should go. Or watch on the replay. Beyond, Mom, sir?
Just don't reject the hospitality.
Let me give you things, please. Just, you don't have to eat it. Just take it home. And then we will more than likely be doing more crochet stuff. I'm not entirely sure of schedule yet. So if you have any particular daytime requests that are not morning anywhere, let me know. I'm not a morning person. I'm sorry. I've tried. It's not who I am. I do afternoons and evenings only. And please let me know. And also, if you ever have any crochet questions, I'd be happy to help. But anyhow, that's going to be us. Thank you so much for coming. Bye-bye.